Good morning. So, finally, we are here and we are here for discussing the detailed pre-scene material that ACCA has released for the June 2025 exam. Now, before we go into a detailed understanding of, what exactly is the pre-scene and how have they, structured it for this attempt and, what exactly are we supposed to do, what models are we supposed to access and all of that. Let us first of all understand the basic structure of this pre-scene material. So just in case, oh, by the way, if you end up missing out on today's session, if you have to leave midway, all of that, don't worry. This session will get uploaded to YouTube by tomorrow. So just in case you have missed out on that, you can view it there as well. So that won't be a challenge. Breaks जो है वो मैं I'll then upload it. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Balakrishnan. How are you?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
I am fine. Okay. So the idea behind the pre-scene material, I'm sure you know about it, but a couple maybe 2 years, around 2 years ago, the SBL paper was a 4-hour exam, wherein they gave you detailed knowledge of the industry, detailed knowledge of that particular sector, knowledge of the company. And for the first 1 hour, you were only supposed to go through that material, make your notes, underline things, and connect it with different models and all of that, and then start attempting the answer. Now, over time, they realize that, if they want to build leaders out of you, if they want to build CEOs out of you, then they shouldn't be giving you material on the spot. They should give you time to marinate in it, time to think about it, build on the material that has been provided, and then go to the exam where a different set of exhibits will be provided to you. And these exhibits will then pave the way for a better understanding of the situation at hand. Now, what a lot of people think of the pre-scene material as is that they start doing extensive research into the industry. A couple of attempts ago, maybe 4 or 5 attempts ago, there was one case study that had come on the aviation industry. Now the point is, aviation industry ho gaya, yeah, what else do we have? There was event management once. Last quarter we had charity. People end up thinking that we have to do a detailed analysis of this sector. The point is that sector is just, it's like a smoke screen. Pre-scene information in many ways is like a smoke screen, and what they are trying to do is they are trying to confuse you further by overloading you with information. So the reliance on pre-scene should not be more than 25% in your approach to the SBL exam. What a lot of students also do is they view 5 different pre-scene materials from 5 different tutors. And if you have that much time, then please go ahead and do it by all means. But if you don't, pick up one, understand what discussion has happened, and instead of speculating questions, instead of watching the same discussion happening with 5 different people or 10 different people, you should spend time in analyzing syllabus areas that have been highlighted. It is pointless to predict questions. A lot of students out there, they try to do additional research into that particular industry. They also end up speculating on the questions that might be asked, right? Just a request, if you are not talking to me, you should be on mute. You can please maintain that throughout the session. Now, they do extensive research into the industry. They do a lot of question prediction. On the basis of this, they try to generate mocks and solve them. Avoid doing that. Don't speculate on what kind of question might come. Don't spend too much time on, diving deep into this year. We have the manufacturing industry this quarter. Don't spend too much time on that. Don't try to, discuss with others here, ye question aa sakta hai, ya question aa sakta hai. The objective here is to just get a thorough knowledge of the company that is going to come in the question for your review. And on the basis of that, the most you can do is you can connect it with certain syllabus areas. Say, for example, I have done a thorough analysis of this time's pre-scene material. Nice chashma, by the way, Nikunj. I quite like it. Okay, so, and this is also new.
Very new, sir.
This is post CFA.
Post.
Okay. Anyway, so uh, the way you don't speculate questions in SBR and AFM and ATX and all of that, similarly, you shouldn't speculate questions in SBL. You should try to map key if this is the data given to me. Is it possible for me to spot the risks faced by the business? Can I have an understanding of, say for example, the leadership style of this business? Can I put together information about the internal controls that are operating or internal controls that should be present but are not present? Can I spend time on building that? The next, not 15 days, the next 10 days should not be spent on revisiting the pre-scene again and again, but whatever analysis we do today and whatever time you spend with it maybe tomorrow, apart from that, we'll map the syllabus areas. What I have done is from each syllabus area, A, B, C, D, E, F, whatever it is, I have mapped out certain topics which I believe are critical to this case study. We'll also discuss some of the points, that you will bring up to the discussion. For example, I have made this time I have come better prepared with the material. So, like say for example, the topic is risk management. I have made a list of what all are the key risks there, which syllabus areas can this be linked with, and then based on that, maybe like put up risk register together of, so that we have all the risks written at one place and a basic understanding of यार इसका risk structure कैसा है, capital structure कैसा है, what are the financial risks, what is the leadership style, what is the lack of internal control, what things are going well, what can you do on the e-commerce front, e-marketing, basically everything. And in the end, what we are going to do is we are going to open the study hub and we are going to link each topic that we study here in the pre-scene with, say for example, the relevant point is in the study hub 18.2.4. We believe that यहाँ पे हमने जो पढ़ा that is best linked with this particular syllabus area, so we'll make a note of that in our Excel sheet. After that, what you should be doing is you should spend more time revising that particular syllabus area. For example, if it's the ANSOF's model that is being used, or we know for a fact here agar stakeholder analysis hoga to Mendelow's matrix we will end up creating, or we will end up looking at the risk register. So uska ek analysis bana ke just put it together in one place और वही syllabus areas को revisit again and again. So what this does is out of 100 topics, it narrows down around 30-35 topics for you. Does it mean that your final paper will only come from these 35 topics? The answer is no. But there is a better chance that around 75 to 80% of the questions are likely to come from this particular area. Now, another question that very frequently gets asked is, do we need to specifically mention a particular model or a particular theory in order to make sense of the data that is given to us? For example, if I ask you randomly, McKinsey's 7S model, you might not be able to quote it word for word right now. Nahi aata. And is it a point against you if you don't remember the model? No, it's not. You can still make things work provided thoda sa common sense ke sath jana SBL exam mein. If you have cleared any of the other papers, SBL should be a cakewalk. It's easy. I'm not going to say other things about SBL. I am just going to say it's easy and you can SBL your way out of it. You know what that means, right? Use common sense. A little bit of jo other aspect है, थोड़ा सा technical aspect, mostly common sense. Now you will see a lot. Acha, just small request: avoid reading too much LinkedIn and reading too many things on different Telegram groups and everything, because people will load you with information. Think like a CEO, think like a manager. Think why you are an ACCA student. Think like one. You don't have to step into the shoes of someone else. Just have your basic common sense and that should do the trick. Okay. We will also be, writing down the different models that I believe on the basis of our reading कि ये सारे models paper में आ सकते हैं. कौन से area में आ सकते हैं हम वो भी लिख देंगे. ठीक है. I will be sharing with you this PPT at the end. I'll be sharing with you the Excel sheet that we'll be making in the class along with all the annotations and underlining and everything. मैं हाथ से नहीं लिखता हूँ, I type it out, so it will be easier for you to do that. ठीक है, any questions, anyone? मीत, कुछ पूछना है? पक्का? वत्सल?
No, sir, nothing as of now.
Roshan? And just listen to me when I say this. Your importance of your pre-scene is only 1/4 of the entire paper. Maximum paper will be based on the exhibits that come, which is why what we are doing is we'll be solving 3 papers tomorrow onwards, right? 3 past exam papers we'll be solving together tomorrow onwards. If you want to come for the session, that would be my recommendation कि वो session को आ जाना, in case you want to understand how answers have to be framed. ठीक है, so let's begin. Did you guys open the pre-scene once? Because quite a few amongst you sent it to me. है
Yes,
ना?
sir.
एक बार खोल के देखा था,
पढ़ लिया brother.
पढ़ लिया था, एनालिसिस कर लिया था.
Kind of, मतलब मेरे level.
Okay, I knew Vatsal would do it. ठीक है. Okay. Now this is a case study about a company. Apparently, the way it appears to me is this company is in the shoes business. ठीक है. Now you don't have to spend time talking about sneakers and Jordans and all of that. यहाँ पे जो data दिया है, उसी पे आपको आंसर लिखना है. Do not go beyond what is written in these 12 pages. ठीक है. Now the pre-scene material is usually split into 3 or 4 parts. The first part gives you a basic idea. The second part is talking about the industry in which this business is operating. The third part is company specific information जिसके बारे में क्वेश्चन आने वाला है. So your main focus should be here, page 7 to page 12, and then there is some additional financial and non-financial summary that is given to you. ठीक है, इसमें you might have some charts, you might have some एक basic GP ratio, NP ratio, and let's see what they have given us this time. Okay, now Bjorn Shoes Limited is a company which manufactures and sells shoes. It was founded nearly 100 years ago and is currently the 4th largest shoe manufacturer and retailer in Luckland, the developed, politically stable country where it is based. Good luck finding that one. This is Acha. Now, with every paragraph that we see, you should tell me, or you should make a note of, is there any information that can help you with your answer? The fact that this is the 4th largest shoe manufacturer and it's a 100-year-old company might give you some idea about how old this company is and what could be its value structure and what could be its management style. It will give you some information about that. तो वो part हम क्या करेंगे? We'll start underlining all the relevant bits. ठीक है. I'll be taking screenshots of the pre-scene material, pasting it here, और जो part देखा उसका सामने सामने we'll keep on doing the analysis. ठीक है. So manufactures and sell shoes. So it's not just a retailer, it manufactures and sells. 100 years ago, 4th largest. पूरा का पूरा stuff underline मत कर लेना wherever possible. Let's start making notes on the right. Organizations in the industry manufacture adults and children's shoes in factories or smaller workshops and sell them to customers in Luckland via their own retail outlets or online stores. Export sales are made to customers in other countries via distributors. So I don't know how important this information is, but let's just write down export sales via distributors. Increase the screen size. Shoes were traditionally made from leather, but a variety of cheaper man-made materials have been developed and are now used extensively in shoe manufacturing. These materials include synthetic leather, which is made from a fabric base covered in plastic. The moment I see the word covered in plastic, somewhere I feel कि यार this could be an environmental concern. हो सकता है. So, one of the raw materials covered in plastic. Okay. And just see, you don't have to write full sentences at this point. Just plastic environmental issue. Okay. Now, in Luckland, revenue from this industry in 2004 was 3750 million. Average annual growth since 2000 has been 1.71%, and forecast average annual growth over the next 5 years is expected to be 1.06. Okay. Every year since 20x0, it's been 1.71%, and in the year 20x4, the revenue was 3750 million. In the next 5 years, it is expected to be 1.06%. Had I not known better, I could have started calculating the present value of future cash flows, which I won't, because this is not that paper. The Luckland market for manufacture and retail of shoes is dominated by 5 Luckland organizations: Flamingo, Rego, Parish, Dion Shoes, which is our company, and Better Buy Shoes. So 5 key players. ठीक है, 5 key players जिनके नाम आपको दिए हैं यहाँ पे. Together they have over 45% of the market. ठीक है, 5 key players और 5 key players, their market share combined is how much? 45%. ठीक है, remaining 55% is by 200 smaller organizations. In Luckland, shoes are produced in one of the two ways, either using mass production techniques or they are handcrafted. Now, this puts an idea in my head that if the shoes are mass produced, they would have a different price and a different cost structure as well. But if these are handcrafted shoes, like what you call art, there are these regular chocolates like dairy milk and artisanal chocolates, which are handcrafted and which are, of course, very, very expensive. So if you have heard of, luxury brands like Louboutin, for example, or Jimmy Choo, these are not Bata shoes, right? No disrespect meant towards Bata shoes. They are mass manufactured, everyone wears them, and these are exclusive. Whether they are handcrafted or not is a separate discussion altogether. So mass production, it is homogeneous output, same cost structure. I could have economies of scale, lower cost, mass consumption. Okay. And these are the second category, which is handcrafted. These are maybe for sobo people, not homogeneous, higher cost of production, possibly meant for, or rather not meant for mass consumption, not meant for masses, possibly expensive. Mass-produced shoes involve the use of machines at almost all stages of the production process, although many of these machines need human supervision or human operation. There are 4 main stages in the production of shoes, whether they are produced using mass production techniques or handcrafting. We'll see what the 4 stages are. These are in the manufacturing part of it. Okay. So let's talk about the manufacturing bit. Manufacturing process. This is the process as it stands. Cutting part of the top section of the shoe which covers the foot. The upper part is cut from material. Stitching. Parts of the upper are sewn together. Lasting. The finished uppers are molded on a last, which is a mold in the shape of the shoe being manufactured, and soles, the bottom part of the shoe, are added. Finishing, the shoe is quality checked and packed. Luckland based manufacturers traditionally produced all their output in Luckland. With the advent of mass production techniques and the development of man made materials, over the last 20 years, a number of other countries have expanded into shoe manufacturing industries. To take advantage of the lower production cost which these countries offer, some Luckland based manufacturers of mass produced shoes have transferred some or all of their production to third party manufacturers in these countries. Like what happens in the, or what used to happen in the case of Zara. If you ever check the label, it says made in Bangladesh because labor is cheap, material is cheaper, and you can get the outfit together at a much lesser price. Luckland based manufacturers produced initially Sara ka Sara output used to be homemade and homegrown. With the advent of mass production techniques and the development of man made material, a number of other countries have also started. To take advantage of lower production cost which these countries offer, some Luckland based manufacturers of mass produced shoes. ठीक है? This is specifically with respect to mass produced shoes. Mass produced shoes. इसमें क्या हो रहा है? Manufacturing part or all of it has been outsourced. Okay. And this is outsourced to makers in other countries. Do you see any? Acha, one area that is definitely going to get tested in your paper is risk. Like in AFM, like in AAA, where risk forms a major part of your discussion. Even in the SBL exam, the discussion on risk is super important. Now, tell me here, do you see any risk in the fact that the manufacturing process has been outsourced to another country? Speak from the industry perspective.
Sir, there will be less control over the quality of the shoes manufactured.
Ethical issues,
What
lower wage, lower wage rate, bad working conditions.
Guys, if you're not talking to me, please stay on mute. Designs might get copied, but don't you think you will always have an agreement with them to protect the uh, patent or copyright or whatever it is whenever you are giving the right to make something to someone or you're outsourcing it, you would want to ideally protect yourself by doing that, na? But still that could be a considerable risks in outsourcing. Let's start with the labor related risk. ठीक है, क्या हो सकता है labor related? Devarsh, you said something that bad working conditions, right? Poor working conditions, maybe child labor involved, or paying less than minimum wage standards. This could also, if say for example, it is brought to the if this particular issue is brought to the attention of the international media, don't you think they will attack this particular company and its reputation will be in tatters? I once watched एक वो glass onion glass apple करके कोई film है ना? There is
Yes,
some film like that.
बहुत अच्छे बहुत अच्छे.
Knives in out ऐसा.
Knives
I
Out
Knives
the
Out.
second part.
उसमें ना there is this one person who is manufacturing clothes in Bangladesh, and then there is child labor that is involved there, and when that news comes out, of course it is cause for a scandal. क्या क्या याद आता है ना when we are
मतलब
reading SBL?
किस मोटिव से मूवी देखते हैं?
No, right now it just came to me. I don't watch movies for SBL pre-scene. It just
हाँ सच. वाह.
it just came to me right now. Okay, so if work conditions are poor, and this catches attention of the media. And in your case, in your generation's case, maybe a social media influencer who puts it on his whatever Insta handle, and then it becomes viral, then there is a PR disaster, right? And this catches attention of the media. It will be bad publicity for the companies. Okay. Then the woke janta, what is the woke janta going to do? The woke janta will say that we don't want to buy goods from you, get lost. And they will literally say that. This might lead to a massive drop in sales when the activity is outsourced. Now, control yourself from going overboard. Labor related issue bata diya. Then design related issue, in the sense that design might get copied, and what happens if the design gets copied?
The loss of sales.
So they may be sued for copying something. Lawsuits, potential lawsuits.
They will make knockoffs and sell it for a cheap price. है ना? And this will again lead to loss of sales in the future. Okay. Then another issue that I can think of is use of substandard material in manufacturing. ये भी हो सकता है. Loss of revenue, decrease in, yes, not promoting the. Acha, is there a Made in Luckland initiative? Atmanirbhar Luckland, is it there? Yes, it is very much there, right? Everybody suffers from it. See, we'll get to that. Use of substandard material in manufacturing. Again, poor quality, reputation impacted, so sales impacted. Then political risk. Who better than us to know what that means? All the neighbors are aligned against us. Left, right, top, everyone. So if you have a manufacturing plant on the east with one of our neighbors, let's not mention names, and there is a political crisis or some sort of a head-on collision, then naturally the trade gets affected and you will lose your prime source of manufacturing. You will lose the manufacturing facility there. Whatever inventory is ready, you will lose that inventory. There is no other way you can get that material to you. Okay. So there is a political risk involved. Then there is currency related risk, that is forex fluctuation. Now these four parts of the manufacturing process, we haven't done any breakdown with respect to this. Right now for us, it is just a 4-step activity that is happening for the manufacturing of shoes. ठीक है. इसके अलावा, if there are any other challenges that relate back to the shoe manufacturing process, then we'll see how that part later can be correlated with this one. ठीक है. Anything else that you want to add here?
So delays in providing the supply
Then why will there be a delay?
because we are outsourcing it to another country.
And you think they will delay it?
There are chances that there are quality issues or something. So
What's the issue? Quality issue or delay?
सर जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क हो सकते हैं.
But delay in transport.
समझ रहा है निकुंज, जियोपॉलिटिकल रिस्क. वेरी गुड.
बहुत अच्छे से. बहुत.
गुड. Yes. Yes, Mr. Shah, tell us.
Sir, like to add to Neat's point only, like आते आते अगर क्या बोलते हैं शिफ्ट डूब गया या ऐसा कुछ ट्रांसपोर्ट में इशू हो गया तो दैट उसकी वजह से लाइक द सप्लाई विल कम लेट एंड
Supply chain issues, can
Yeah.
we put it under one heading, supply chain issues? Let's not spend too much time on describing the supply chain issues because they might come up later, they might not come up later, but just mentioning that there will be a supply chain issue, delays in delivery, then material held at check post. ये भी हो सकता है ना, like because it's coming from another country and there is a check post at a port or there is check post on the land border, और अगर वहां पे मटेरियल अटक गया तो again there could be a problem. What if there is some import duty that you have to pay and you aren't paying it? Can it also be like the Trump cost problem right now, tariffs का भी issue हो सकता है.
क्वालिटी इंस्पेक्शन का भी हो सकता है.
Can I write the tariff thing under political risk?
ट्रम्प की तो ईगो की बात होगी ना.
हाँ, ये एक एफ या एक आर यहाँ पे ज्यादा है, आप लोग बाद में देख लेना. Yes, Anushka, tell us.
Sir, manufacturers of Lucklin will feel demotivated because it is politically stable country and
Okay. Manufacturers in Luckland will feel demotivated.
sir, just one question, like ये खुद ही तो manufacturer है, so like if all of them are giving the contracts outside, so why would someone feel demotivated? The staff or the employees may feel demotivated, like
I
the
just-
workers or something like that.
When we say manufacturers, ultimately it means the people who work within the
Yeah.
industry, right? And more than that, I think it demotivated when we use this word now. There is an emotional angle that we add to it. So I'm striking it out for a reason, because in the exam, your sentiment is right that they are getting demotivated, but that's not something you should use in the answer. Unless, it's a question on staff, morale and everything. One issue that will happen definitely is that loss of jobs locally, correct? Then forex outflow, है ना? So for now, these seem to be a decent number of risks here. Yes, Roshan, tell me. Disappeared. Okay. Sridhar, you want to add something?
In labor related, I was saying influence of trade union.
In labor related influence of?
Trade union.
Do we have anything here in this data to point us in that direction? No. It's a decent point, but let's not go down that route unless there is specific issue that is communicated here. Okay. Try to stick to the facts of the case. The more you stray away, फिर it starts becoming like an actual storytelling competition, which it shouldn't be. ठीक है?
सर हम कोई स्पेसिफिक टाइप ऑफ मार्केट बोल सकते हैं इसको.
In the sense,
मास प्रोडक्शन लाइक वो है, वो कंपटीशन इज वेरी हाई और उसके बेसिस पे जज करना.
we can evaluate that if in the future there is information given to that effect. अगर ऐसा information होगा तो definitely then we can link it back here.
Okay.
Okay. Let's talk about the handcrafting wala activity. I'm suddenly very conscious of the fact that because this will go on YouTube, I have to be, like even more restrained. Okay. Handcrafting involves the same four stages as mass production, but the shoes are produced using skilled labor to carry out by hand some or all of the tasks performed by machines within a mass production environment. For example, the sewing together of the parts of the upper. Handcrafted shoes are usually made from leather rather than man-made material and are admired for their very high quality and craftsmanship. Okay. They are more expensive to produce than mass produced shoes. We were right when we did that analysis of both the high quality of leather and the higher proportion of skilled labor used in manufacture. They are therefore sold at a higher price than the mass produced shoes. The production of handcrafted shoes has not been transferred to third party manufacturers in other countries, and they continue to be manufactured in Luckland. Like I'm not sure how many of you have heard of a shoe brand called Louboutin. It's spelled like this. Please don't call it Louboutin. The manufacturers will start turning in their graves. Have you heard of this? There's a very interesting story behind it. By Fort में ना Asiatic Library के पास there's an outlet for Louboutin. I know that much. There's Hermes and all of those, different luxury stores. उसके बाजू में ये है. So it's a very interesting story behind this handcrafted shoe that this gentleman who was instrumental in in creating this brand, he was trying different types of designs and everything, and he was not happy with it. तो उसके गर्लफ्रेंड का नेल पॉलिश पड़ा था वहां पे एंड ही वाज वेरी फ्रस्ट्रेटेड. पता नहीं झगड़ा वगड़ा किया होगा, गॉड नोस. No one knows what got into his head. After an extremely frustrating day, what he did was he just flipped over the shoe and he poured the red nail polish on the sole, नीचे के side में, and he painted the sole red. And now all Louboutin shoes that you see, the sole is in a different color. Of course, it's not known just for the color of the lower side. There are, of course, other features also attached with it. But that's how, luxury brands come into existence out of an accident sometimes. Have you heard of Manolo Blahnik? At least the girls here should have heard. No? What world do you live in? Have you heard of Jimmy Choo at least? No.
Yes, obviously.
हमारे पास आप जितना पैसा नहीं.
Nonsense. Sridhar, you too shouldn't say this only. And even if I had money, I wouldn't buy Jimmy Choo shoes. I would gift them to someone. Anyway, kuch bhi, I trust this guy to say something like this. He has all the money in the world, by the way. Okay. Luxury shoes, handcrafted shoes. Right? Handloom versus powerloom. If it's a hand embroidered kapda, naturally it's expensive. And when you go to Delhi Hat or all these places, they start saying, "Arey, our karigars have spent so many hours making it, which is why we are not going to bargain and we are going to sell this flimsy thing for 800 rupees." And then I'm like, "Ha, mat becho, nahi kharidna." But that's not the point. The point is that anything that is handcrafted, there are a couple of features that you can observe here. First thing is that production of these handcrafted shoes not being transferred to third-party manufacturers. Real scale yahan par hai. If you ever go to Agra and they have these marble cut artifacts, they say that this skill of cutting the marble and making things out of it, this skill has been passed on from generation to generation in the same family. So that is not something which will be outsourced. The moment it is outsourced, it loses its value, it loses its appeal. The same thing applies here as well. Okay. Handcrafting involves the same four stages, usme koi issue nahi hai, and they have described what a handcrafting activity does. It is usually made from leather, not from any artificial plastic. But leather might also come under the radar of environmental activists, right? Because leather is ultimately
सांप छिपकली.
Animal derived
Animal
product.
skin.
animal derived, and all vegans out there and pata nahi, all of those people, they will jump at it. So those could be a threat. We'll talk more about that later. Okay. And are admired for their very high quality and craftsmanship. They are more expensive to produce than mass produced shoes because of both the high quality of leather and the higher proportion of skilled labor used in manufacture. Like, all of you who go to the gym and who don't eat non-veg, आजकल वो plant based कुछ protein वोटीन आता है ना, it's not the real deal is what people say. Similarly, real leather is real leather. Artificial stuff cannot make up for it, which is why real leather is expensive. So the output here is expensive. Real leather hai, then individuals are physically sitting and doing the craftsmanship, so naturally they are therefore sold at a higher price than the mass produced shoes. The way I would look at it is the mass produced shoes and the handcrafted shoes would have a very different market. They would not be meant for the same set of customers. There is a possibility, you could also think of it this way, that you might not be able to sell both the goods under the same brand name. Because if tomorrow Bata says that, we are selling luxury shoes, people will, Bata ka luxury shoes kyun kharidu main? They would probably want to go for a Jimmy Choo because Jimmy Choo is exclusive, Bata is everyday use. So you might not be able to achieve the same kind of success with the same brand name. Like ITC and OYO are, like two very different, they have a very different customer base, so to say. One is budget stays, one is luxury stay, right? So even if they are not owned by the same person, but even if they were, they conjure up very different images in our head, right? So maybe utilizing the same brand name to sell both of them might not be the right way. Let's write it down, but not necessarily as, a point that will come, but maybe a suggestion that we have to bring in at some point in time. Maybe that could happen. We don't know. So both categories cater to very different set of customers. So आपको देखना पड़ेगा market segmentation. ठीक है. Then different approaches to marketing. Then what else?
Strategies.
I love that word. Strategies for what? But
Strategies like specific focus strategy होगी in handcrafting और उसमें mass appeal होगी. स्पेसिफिक कस्टमर्स को टारगेट करेंगे ये लोग, एक नीश को टारगेट करेंगे पर्टिकुलर जिनको हैंडक्राफ्टेड पसंद होगा शूज. इस तरीके से स्ट्रेटजीज अपनी देखेंगे, बट डिफरेंट होगी दोनों.
Packaging
might not be able to sell under the same brand name. But see, also understand, now we are talking at the industry level. At the company level, things might take a different turn. We'll have to evaluate that when we get to the company stage. Right now we are at the industry stage. Yes, Vatsal, you were saying something.
No, sir, I was not, sir.
सर इनकी फोर्सेस भी अलग अलग होंगी जो इनको अफेक्ट करेंगे. जैसे इधर बार्गेनिंग पावर ऑफ कस्टमर्स नहीं होगी हैंडक्राफ्टिंग में.
Okay.
और वो थ्रेट ऑफ न्यू एंट्रीज भी नहीं होगी कस्टमर हैंडक्राफ्टिंग में.
Okay. So Porter's 5 forces might come into play here. And we'll understand. I'll just write down Porter's 5 forces to be evaluated in depth when we go to the company level. Porter's 5 forces analysis to be evaluated in depth when we analyze case study is going to be on the company. Industry is the background fluff that we are creating, right? आपका main जो case study है वो company पे होने वाला है, industry पे नहीं. But to know the positioning of the company. Like in the first paragraph itself, we saw that it is the fourth largest, and it is one of the top five, the fourth one in terms of ranking, and these four control 45% of the market. Their market share is 45%. So apne ko, we have gotten to understand what is the positioning of the company with respect to the entire industry, which is why understanding the industry information is relevant. But don't spend so much time on industry that you don't have enough time to evaluate what is happening with the company. Another thing that might be of use here is SWOT. Again, evaluated in depth when we analyze company information. Why am I saying that? It might happen that this company has a 50% handcrafted and 50% mass manufactured stuff, and that will help us to do the SWOT analysis better. So abhi se don't come to a conclusion. When we reach that point, we'll see what has to be done. ठीक है?
सर इनके लेबर की भी बात कर सकते हैं हम दोनों को, हैंडक्राफ्टेड एंड मास प्रोडक्शन की। इनमें स्पेसिफिकली बोला है कि स्किल्ड लेबर कैरी आउट होती है, तो हम क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं कि मास प्रोडक्शन का हमें पता ही नहीं स्किल्ड लेबर का, लेबर कैसे यूज हो रही है।
Skepticism, smart.
मैं कल ही पढ़ा है इसके बारे में।
क्या ये इंडस्ट्री की skepticism?
स्केप्टिसिज्म।
Okay. Skilled labor in handcrafted. What about mass manufacturing segment? What kind of labor? है ना? This could be another one. Then
एक बार फेल होके आ जाता है सर।
let's not think about it. It's okay. It's in the past. Don't worry. Madiha also has highlighted a very interesting point. What about analyzing national competition advantage using Porter's diamond? Let's write that down. If you have observed, all points are coming from you guys only. Huh? I'm only writing it down. Everything is coming from you. And if you can think about it here, when 50 people are listening to you, then you can definitely think about even better points when you are writing it by yourself. Okay, so don't get bogged down by that. Whosoever note, just 1 second before I proceed, there is someone's note taker which has joined, and unfortunately I can't allow that to be in this meeting, so I will have to remove it from the call. I'm removing the note taker. जिस किसी का भी होगा, I'm sorry, but I cannot have a note taking device as a part of my session. Okay. Yes, someone was saying something.
So if at all, whenever we get to company information, if at all they are not in any one of handcrafting or anything, or just getting into new markets, then unsoft use हो जाएगा. तो unsoft का metrics use हो जाएगा.
Okay. बाद में आप लोगों को describe each of these, हाँ? मैं नहीं बताने वाला हूँ. जो नाम जिसने लिया है, he has to describe that particular model to me properly. Okay. Anything else? Let all ideas come. Later on, we can scrap something. If we feel कि final answer or final analysis के साथ it is not aligned, we can always remove it from the discussion. But let ideas come, even if they are outrageous. सारे outrageous ideas यहाँ पे खत्म कर दो, so that in the exam you only have the relevant ones left. ठीक है? Now the next point that they have done is they have done analysis of different shoe manufacturers and sales channels. Okay, BCG matrix. Can you elaborate a little on that? How can the BCG matrix be used here? From what I remember from APM, and I remember that very vividly, BCG matrix is inward looking, na?
Yes.
BCG matrix is not outward looking. BCG matrix is inward looking, in the sense that out of my different products, which one is the cash cow, which one is like a dog. I don't know, dogs are cute, but I think the worst performing category is that. So BCG matrix is an inward looking analysis. It's not an outward looking analysis. So it is of no use in positioning me with respect to competitors. But if I'm looking at my multiple products, I can use the BCG matrix. It's for my own products कि कौन सा cash cow है, कौन सा star है, कौन सा dog है, which is the third one, fourth one, question marks, right? So BCG matrix is for that. Right now we don't know कि यार company का product portfolio क्या है. We don't know that. Maybe it has only 2 products in its portfolio. देखते हैं, we can definitely use it, but ठीक है. Now some tables for analysis that they have given. Let's look at those. Then there's something about market structure. There is something about, the different types of shoes. Then there's information on the sales channel also. वो बाद में देखते हैं. This is industry-wide data. Okay, this is still not company specific. Types of shoes, and there's something about each company in the system. ठीक है. There are currently 4 types of shoes manufactured and sold in Luckland. These are set out in table 1 below. Types of shoes and their description है. Formal, handcrafted, smart shoes for adults made of leather. Like, your office में जो आप पहनते हो वो. Semi-formal. Mass-produced, relatively formal shoes for adults, which people wear in startups. No structure, no design. कुछ भी पहन के आ जाते हैं. Made of a mixture of leather and synthetic material. Casual, mass-produced, informal shoes for adults. फटे हुए. What you guys call Crocs, na? What are they called?
सर वो तो बहुत ही अच्छे होते हैं, लाइक उनका तो कोई मुकाबला ही नहीं.
Okay, if you say so. I don't go there.
बेस्ट थिंग एवर. so comfortable.
Okay. If Nikun says so, then it is so. Right.
भगवान
Maybe
भगवान की देन है सर.
तेरे बर्थडे पे मैं खरीद लूंगा. ठीक है.
गुड गुड.
Very good. So, mass-produced, relatively formal shoes. Those are, semi-formal, like shoes with lace and shoes without a lace. One category is completely formal, the other one is semi-formal. Then casual shoes, these, what do you call, flip-flops and Crocs and God knows what all names you have. Jisko, when we were kids, we used to call it sandals. Aajkal to, of course, you have far better names for each of them. And children's shoes. Mr. Balakrishnan, would you wear these? Are you a minor? Okay, we'll believe you. So the 4th category is children's shoes. Formal, handcrafted smart shoes. Semi-formal, which uses a mixture. Now here, forget all the jokes. Your focus should be on the fact that formal shoes are made of pure leather. Then semi-formal shoes are mixture of material है यहाँ पे. Leather and synthetic का mixture है. Casual shoes पूरे synthetic है. Plastic shoes. And children's shoes are made of leather or synthetic. I don't know, maybe the shoe will bite them back. They shouldn't make it so difficult for the children. But anyway, who are we to say? Now, the reason they have given you this information is this could be a link to the cost of manufacturing. Nikunj or Sridhar kya pehenenge, that is a separate point altogether. But here, the focus is that the material has a connection with cost. Material used has a link with cost. अब किसका कितना cost है? Might be instrumental, to get competitive advantage. There could be environmental impact. This will also have an impact on pricing. क्या होगा वो तो तब पता चलेगा when we know what is the cost structure for each of the shoes. But yes, the variation in material has links with that. Then market structure, information about both the five क्या होता है? हाँ, okay, both the five large organizations and the small organizations. I wondered for a moment, yeah, how come people in the UK are writing such bad English? But no, they are not. So when they say both, it's five large organizations and the several smaller ones in the industry. What is the connection? What is the link between them? Okay, Rigo, which is into mass production, it makes good quality casual shoes. Target market is 18 to 30-year-old. So some of you will not fall in their category because you are younger than 18. The price point, high price point, and market share in Luckland is 11.1. Flamingo, mass production, low quality shoes, no, low quality casual shoes and children's shoes. जो जल्दी से फट जाए वो वाले आपके फुटपाथ मार्केट में नहीं लेकर बैठते हैं 500 rupees for a pair, goes away in 5 weeks, that category. I have seen ऐसा पूरा का पूरा sole getting detached completely with a cheap low quality shoe. Adults and children price point is low and the share is only 10.8%. Dion company, which is our target company, handcrafting and mass production, good quality shoes. They make all four types of shoes, adults and children. Price point is medium. They have a 9.4% share, neither too expensive nor too cheap. It's basically catering to the middle class in a certain way. Then Parish, handcrafting, good quality formal shoes, adults, high price point, and 8.9% is the market share. Better Buy, mass production, good quality semi-formal shoes and children's shoes, adults and children, medium price point, or it's, if you observe, the difference with Better Buy ka market share is almost half of the previous person's market share. And then all the other smaller organizations which do handcrafting also, mass production also, each one of them has a different price point and they have a 55, almost a 55% of the market share in Luckland. Now, यहाँ पे this market share is an important consideration, no doubt, but here we suddenly now have understanding of the competition. So from what all perspectives with respect to Dion can we do the competitive analysis? हम किस किस पॉइंट पे उसको इवैल्यूएट कर सकते हैं?
सबसे पहला कॉस्ट.
Okay, points on the basis of which we can do competitive analysis. Okay. First one is cost of manufacturing, then
Selling price.
So target market.
target market, or basically target customers, then
Divisions.
division मतलब
सॉरी, प्रोडक्शन मेथड कौन से हैं? हैंड क्राफ्टिंग और मास प्रोडक्शन.
okay,
जैसे टॉप वाली दो जो हैं जिनका मार्केट शेयर है वो सिर्फ मास प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं, बट इसी नहीं, हमारी कंपनी ने दो उठाए हैं.
price point could be a very important factor in your analysis. Okay, what else?
Relative market share.
Relative market share, but is that for, okay, maybe then Devarsh, bata ekada point.
I was going to say labor, skilled, unskilled, used.
Okay.
So type of products
Type of shoes manufactured.
Let me just write down this one. Skilled versus unskilled labor used and associated labor cost. Also, ability to source skilled labor. That will also be, a point that will help you to score above your competitors. If you have the ability to pull skilled labor for your manufacturing process, and can you pay them competitive wages? Can you attract the right set of, workers in your setup? Cool enough. I think Anushka was saying something.
So I would say types of shoes manufactured, like casual shoes.
Okay. Type of shoes manufactured. Tahir has an important point. Outsourcing versus in-house. Type of shoes manufactured, then outsourced versus in-house.
Relationship with supplier.
Elaborate, please.
तो बहुत ज़्यादा डिपेंड करता है। हमने ना कॉस्ट ऑफ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में हमने लेबर और बहुत वेग छोड़ दिया रॉ मटेरियल, बट हमारे रिलेशनशिप्स कैसे हैं विद सप्लायर एंड कस्टमर्स ऑल्सो, वो बहुत डिफाइन करेगा। लाइक जैसे ये लोग उसमें है लेदर प्रोडक्शन वगैरह में है, तो ESG फैक्टर्स, तुम कस्टमर से कैसे इंटरेक्ट कर रहे हो, तुम अपने स्टेक होल्डर जो एनवायरमेंटल वगैरह ग्रुप है उनसे सही से हैंडल कर रहे हो नहीं कर रहे हो, वो बहुत मैटर करेगा तुम्हारा शेयर डिटरमाइन करने में। So relationship with supplier and customer both.
Okay, that could be a source of competitive advantage.
बहुत
Okay.
ज़्यादा।
Relationship with customers, relationship with suppliers. Then
Sir,
Right.
technology used.
technology. Okay. Basically, we are looking at the differentiating factors of how your company could score over others and where do you lag behind. You don't only have to talk about what works in your favor, but you also have to talk about what advantage others have that you don't, which we don't know right now because abhi to they have only given us ki market kya hai, price point kya hai. But later when we look at the company, all of these points are going to be very, very handy. Yes, Roshan, tell us.
So I have a doubt. So basically, we are given the market share in 2024, according to which we are ranking third. In the first paragraph, it has been mentioned that Iran is fourth largest manufacturer. Is it conflicting or am I missing something here?
Yes, sir. I had the same doubt actually.
Fourth largest shoe manufacturer.
And retailer.
At that point or in the first paragraph, they haven't mentioned how do they define fourth largest. In the sense, fourth largest by volume of production. When they say India is the largest democracy, it's not because we are the largest country. It's because amongst democracies, our population is the largest, which is why we are the largest democracy. I had the same question when I kept on reading a world's largest democracy. And I thought, yeah, but isn't Russia bigger than us? Or isn't US bigger than us? They are. Russia is not a democracy that way. So that doesn't feature in. US is bigger in size, but their population is lesser. So, you could call yourself anything that you wanted to call yourself based on different parameters. Similarly, here, we don't know how they are defining fourth largest. Maybe it is by volume of production. कि आप कितना units produce करते हो. And if you see, Dion का price point is medium. So we'll have to, maybe there is some point given to us later, which helps us to understand that.
सर ये लिखते skepticism.
No, but does that, I mean, how does it add to the I mean, your point is fair. If we were investigators or, fraud Our job was to find frauds. Right now, even if there is a conflict, does it have any impact on the final analysis that we are going to do? If you were an auditor and if this was other information and you are applying ISA 720, you would say, okay, the information given in the financial statements and other information does not match with each other. There is a material misstatement, but this is not audit. So, okay, not that important right now. Maybe it can turn out to be. Make a mental note. Okay.
Efficiency of scale.
And that could be a point for competitive analysis. Can you please elaborate?
लाइक एफिशिएंसी, जैसे जो फर्स्ट टॉप 2 कंपनीज हैं वो मास प्रोड्यूस करके भी ज़्यादा शेयर जनरेट कर पा रही हैं, तो डर्न 2 डिविजन्स में है बट क्लियरली कोई ना कोई इनएफिशिएंसीज आ रही हैं जिस वजह से ये दोनों हैंडल नहीं कर पा रहे। ये सिर्फ एक पे फोकस करते तो ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू जनरेट कर सकते थे, बट दोनों में हैंडल करने में कुछ ना कुछ गड़बड़ कर रहे हैं जिससे इनका शेयर अभी भी 3rd नंबर पे, टॉप पे नहीं।
That's quite an intelligent point.
Sir,
So,
how we are reaching
inefficient.
the customers?
Yes, Devarsh.
How we are reaching the customers? I mean, retail stores है या online store है या
Okay. Distribution method, basically.
yes.
So marketing and sales promotion method techniques.
Okay.
So we have to speak about the production capacity and utilization.
एक second, let me just finish writing. Nikunj, tera point na, I'm writing it separately here because I believe it deserves a separate discussion later.
ठीक है।
I have never been able to understand how even after putting my phone on, not even DND, flight mode, still
एप्पल है ना आपका?
हाँ तो लैपटॉप बजेगा उसके वजह से।
हाँ तो मना किया था मतलब।
मेरी गलती है।
हाँ वो तो है।
How mean, Nikunj. But your point is very good. So I will not say anything to you today. Chalo. Should I write Nikunj's point? Okay. So all other companies, as in from the top 5, are focused on one segment. That is either handcrafted or mass production. Dion, on the other hand, is doing both. And there could be issues arising out of this. What could those issues be?
Maybe not able to focus on
Split focus,
control, labor, cost, inefficiencies, personal interest.
क्या personal interest?
कि मेरे को
Maybe
यहाँ
so.
से कट मिल जाएगा, यहाँ से कट मिल जाएगा, किसी को कोई कुछ कर रहा हो, भेदभाव, मैनिपुलेशन, ये सब बहुत ज्यादा हो सकता है। तो और आउटसोर्स करके तो बहुत ही ज्यादा हो सकता है।
सर बट एडवांटेजेस भी हो ही सकते हैं ना।
वो तो रहे हैं पर लो भी तो हैं वो लोग।
दोनों लिख देंगे, देवर्ष भी खुश, निकुंज भी खुश। ठीक है। तो व्हाट डिड यू से? घोटाला हो सकता है। व्हाट कैन हैपन, निकुंज?
सर लाइक पहले तो वो सबसे पहले तो आउटसोर्स किया हुआ है उन्होंने बाहर की कंपनी को। मेन तो वही हो सकता है, और खास करके इंपोर्ट के टाइम तो बहुत ज्यादा वो घोटाला हो सकता है। प्लस तुम्हारा इतना कंट्रोल उस पर नहीं है, तुमने बहुत सा ऑलमोस्ट डिसेंट्रलाइज किया हुआ है, तुम्हारा हैंड क्राफ्टिंग पे बहुत ज्यादा फोकस है, तो उसमें कुछ ना कुछ मैनिपुलेशन या चीज जा सकती है, और इसी में ही इनएफिशिएंसीज हो रही होंगी जिस वजह से इनका ये कम है।
Okay. And Devarsh, what according to you are the advantages of having both?
means we can increase our reputation in both companies. Sales ज़्यादा होगी, different sources of income. Risk दोनों जगह पे थोड़ा separate हो जाएगा because they are two different products.
Diversification, are you saying?
Diversification of risk, yes.
Okay. I'm also calling it.
And sir, I want to add a point here in advantages. We can also specifically target large customer base.
Okay.
So also like since there's no other company providing both the services, like it inherently has a competitive advantage if used properly. So they can increase their market share and become the market leader.
Okay.
Sir, we
Because they
can
are
also
doing both the production methods, that's why they are the only ones who are selling all four types of shoes.
क्या?
क्योंकि दोनों प्रोडक्शन मेथड कर रहे हैं, इसके लिए वी टॉप 5 में हम ही हैं जो चारों शूज बेच रहे हैं. एंड बिकॉज ऑफ विच चलो फर्स्ट सेकंड नहीं, बट पैरिश और पेटर बाइक से तो ऊपर है शायद में.
Okay. So the people who are speaking of advantages, you are saying that specialization doesn't matter or specialization is not important, but presence is more important. Okay.
So दोनों लिखेंगे ना, एडवांटेज भी लिखेंगे, डिसएडवांटेज भी लिखेंगे.
So like if they are doing it correctly, then it's a advantage. But in this case, they are not. So basically, उनके लिए वो disadvantage हो रहा है.
और कौन सा हमारे जेब से पैसा जा रहा है ना मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का, तो लिख दो.
Sir, and our price ranges are also medium. So ऐसा भी नहीं है कि we are doing a differentiation strategy, using a differentiation strategy.
Is it possible? Is it
And
possible
differentiation.
a cross subsidization here, in the sense the massive profits that you get because of economies of scale in the mass manufactured segment, वहाँ का excess profit is used to subsidize the high costs that you are incurring in the handcrafted shoes? हो सकता है? Like,
Yes.
one is a cash cow, the other one is, more of a rising vertical in the business.
सर मास प्रोडक्शन इतना प्रॉफिट जनरेट ही नहीं कर रहा होगा, वो तो एक परफेक्ट लाइक कंपटीशन मार्केट है, तो आप उसमें आप प्राइस पॉइंट ऊपर नीचे कर ही नहीं सकते. जो इनका प्रॉफिट आ रहा होगा वो हैंडक्राफ्टिंग से ही आ रहा होगा, क्योंकि वो एक सेपरेट डिविजन आ रहा है.
So you are saying that in case of mass manufactured products, it's not possible to change the price so much in order to attract customers because of a very different customer base and a different price elasticity altogether. अभी increase करेंगे तो you will lose a major chunk of customers. If Dairy Milk increases its price from 20 rupees to 40 rupees, people will react to it more as compared to price of a Toblerone changing. That's what you are saying, right?
जैसे कुरकुरे का प्राइस 10 से 20 रुपए का पैकेट कर दिया, वो नॉर्मल वाला मैं ही नहीं खरीदूंगा, मैं किसी और चीज पे चला जाऊंगा. और पर जैसे हैंड क्राफ्टिंग एक स्पेशलाइजेशन आ गई, जैसे आईफोन है, आईफोन अपना प्राइस पॉइंट बढ़ा के रखता है. वो अपना मेन प्रॉफिट इससे कमाता है कि हमारा प्रॉफिट वो है, हमारा ब्रांड नेम है, हमारा कस्टमर बेस है, हमारा प्राइस पॉइंट बहुत हाई है.
ओके.
तो ये मास प्रोडक्शन से ये नॉर्मल प्रॉफिट ही कमा रहे हैं जितना कमा सकते हैं.
Cool. Why are only 5-6 people participating? Everyone else is sleeping or what?
Sir, in issues arising out of this, we can consider the point you stated before. Like if you're having one brand like Bata, which is focusing also on luxury shoes, then that might have like an impact on the customers because they would not want that.
Selling under the same brand name might send mixed signals. है ना? Good that you reminded. You know why? Which is why I believe the moment something comes to your mind, you should write it down. Because if you don't, there's a possibility you will end up forgetting. Don't you think this is better? Getting pre-seen. Imagine AAA में you have a 50-mark question and you have to spend 15 minutes in the 3 hour 15-minute slot on doing the rough work. Here you are getting 15 days to do the rough work. Isn't it increasing your chances of clearing?
पर ये आता ही कितना है इसमें एग्जाम में?
मैंने क्या किया?
मैं कह रहा हूँ आता ही कितना है एग्जाम में प्री-सीन?
Pre-scene तो कम आता है. See, pre-scene is setting the tone, right? Pre-scene is setting the tone for the exhibits and a way for them to overload you with information. है ना? ठीक है. चलो, anything else that you guys can think of कि अभी के लिए इतना काफी है. But the fact that this point was highlighted कि everyone else is doing only one thing and you are doing multiple things or two activities under the same company name, that itself opens up multiple possibilities when we reach the company analysis. So that's a very good point. And I am acting as if I have not looked at the other data yet. Huh? Although मैंने भी पूरा pre-scene देखा है, all of you have also seen the full pre-scene, but the idea behind doing one step at a time is in the exam now we always end up assuming कि हाँ ये लिखा होगा. And then we don't end up reading the remaining paragraph. It's like, reading a newspaper. I read the first 2-3 lines and then I presume कि हाँ आगे तो यही लिखा होगा. So I will not read the remaining 4 paragraphs and come to a conclusion. वो आपको नहीं करना है. ठीक है? चलो. So this is a table for analysis. There is something on sales channel also. And there is something on Lachlan का footwear manufacturing का revenue split. ठीक है, I'm just pasting it here. This is sales channel, and within the country, they have given you a split of the footwear revenue business. ठीक है? Take a moment, I'll just fetch my water. You read it, then we'll analyze it together. Okay. The others who have been fast asleep till now. Rahul, how come you're so quiet today? क्या हो गया? Rahul? He's in the library. Okay. Chalo. Mr. Balakrishnan. Sales channel. Did you read it? 85% of the revenue earned by Luckland shoe manufacturers comes from sales made in Luckland, where they sell direct to customers through their own branded retail outlets and their own online stores. Revenue from selling through retail outlets was 2260, approximately 60% of the total industry revenue in 2004. Revenue from online sales as a proportion of total sales revenue has been increasing over the last 10 years and currently stands at approximately 25%. Organizations with an online offering do not make online sales outside Luckland, delivering to Luckland addresses only. Historically, the Luckland industry has had an excellent reputation worldwide for the quality of its products, and so for many years, a proportion of Luckland manufacturer shoes have been exported. In recent years, manufacturers of handcrafted shoes in particular have seen increasing demand for their products from markets where there are rising levels of disposable income. 15% of the revenue earned by Luckland-based shoe manufacturers in 2004 was from export sales via distributors, predominantly of handcrafted shoes. What would you make of this? Should you make a table? What should you do?
Analyze the split between offline and online sales.
85% comes from sales made in Luckland, where they sell direct to customers through their own branded retail outlets and their own online stores. Okay. So 85% of the revenue comes from sales in Luckland. So I could say for example, total revenue. ये जो total revenue है उसमें से how much comes from sales within the country?
Selective.
Domestic sales
82%.
85%. And 85% comes from sales made in Luckland, which means export sales कितना होगा?
50.
15%. Where they sell direct to customers through their own branded retail outlets and their own online stores. Revenue from selling through retail outlets, offline sales was 2260 million, approximately 60% of the total industry revenue in 2004. यहाँ पे I could say offline outlets and online sale. So how much is this? Offline outlets का sale कितना है? 2260 million, representing 60% of total industry revenue. 2260 roughly, or just let's write down 60% of industry revenue. Balance will go to online. Revenue from online sales as a proportion of total sales revenue has been increasing and currently stands at approximately 25%. यहाँ पे 25% of overall. ठीक है. Then organizations with an online offering do not make online sales outside Luckland, delivering to Luckland addresses only. The ones who are selling online, they don't sell outside Luckland, they only sell within the country. Now, in a way, this is adding up. है ना? Total revenue का 85% is from domestic sales, 15% is from export sales. ये domestic sale में भी 85% में का 60% is through the online store, remaining 25% is through online businesses. ठीक है. Now Historically, the Luckland industry has had an excellent reputation worldwide for the quality of its products. And so, for many years, uh, a proportion of Luckland manufacturers' shoes have been exported. In recent years, manufacturers of handcrafted shoes in particular have seen increasing demand for their products from markets where there are high levels of disposable income. So probably not third world countries, but countries which are developed and who have more money to spare on luxuries. Handcrafted shoes would be luxuries. They are spending more. 15% of revenue earned by Luckland based shoe manufacturers was from export sales via distributors, predominantly of handcrafted ones. I can write here that majority is handcrafted shoes. ठीक है. Anything else that you believe is worthy of picking here?
सर ये इनकी दो डिविजन्स हैं, एक है मास प्रोडक्शन वाली और एक है हैंडक्राफ्ट।
Hmm.
जो ये मास प्रोडक्शन वाली है वो टारगेट करते हैं वेयर राइजिंग लेवल ऑफ डिस्पोजेबल इनकम है। तो मतलब ये वाला जो सेगमेंट है वो साइक्लिकल इन नेचर है।
नहीं, handcrafted shoes are going to those markets which have a high level of disposable income.
हाँ
Because वो expensive shoes है ना, luxury shoes ही जाएंगे वहां पे.
हाँ, तो उनकी इंडस्ट्री साइक्लिकल हो गई और मास प्रोडक्शन एक कांस्टेंट स्केल पे चलता है। तो हम ये देख सकते
Cyclical क्यों, मतलब why do you say it's cyclical? What
हैं कि
prompts?
अगर लोगों की इनकम बढ़ेगी तभी उनकी डिमांड बढ़ेगी और तभी इनकी सेल्स इतनी बढ़ रही हैं धीरे 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 धीरे। तो ये वहीं देख रहे हैं जहाँ इनकम बढ़ रही है।
I have a counterpoint.
Hmm.
Tell me if you agree with it or not.
Hmm.
When you buy luxury watches,
Hmm.
that's like buying, they are all high-end items, right?
Hmm.
Would you buy it regularly, or is it something that you would buy once and probably after a couple of years you would buy the next one? How would you go about it?
जब मेरे पास लाइक खुली इनकम होगी मैं तब बाय करूंगा। पहले तो मैं अपना घर, रोटी, कपड़ा, मकान इन सब पे खर्चा करूंगा बस।
We are assuming you are rich.
न-
Disposable income.
वो तो फिर अलग सेगमेंट ऑफ मार्केट आता है ना, ये तो सबको अपील करना चाहते हैं।
But which countries do you think, or which will the middle class have rising levels of disposable income, or I mean, how do we target that?
मिडिल लेवल का ही होगा ना, राइजिंग लेवल ऑफ डिस्पोजेबल इनकम। उनके ही मेन वर्ड देख के टारगेट कर रहे होंगे। रिच तो अगर टारगेट करते तो उनकी इनकम तो टारगेट, उनकी बात ही ना आती इनकम की। और
Maybe
अगर लोअर क्लास टारगेट करते तो उनकी भी बात ना आती इनकम, उनको तो बेच ही नहीं सकते हैंडक्राफ्टेड, वो क्यों ही लाइक।
that's understandable. वो manufactured जो division है, मतलब mass manufactured item, वो तो regular consumption वाला है, maybe doesn't have that long of a life also. Quite possible.
सो लाइक ये ऐसी जगह टारगेट कर रहे हैं जहाँ उनकी खुली इनकम है, तो मे बी वहाँ टैक्सेस कम हो, क्रेडिट पॉलिसी हमारी उनकी बेटर, उनको खुले लोन्स मिल रहे हो, मतलब बहुत चीजें ओपन हो जाती हैं।
So when so many possibilities are there, let's put a pin in that and let's park it for further discussion.
और इन्होंने उसका नहीं बताया, हमें मास प्रोडक्शन वाले का नहीं बताया, तो वो लाइक उसकी डिमांड कांस्टेंट चल रही हो।
That is okay. That we can immediately come to that conclusion. इसका क्या करना है? Yes, rich boy Sridhar, tell us.
So basically, I have 2 points after reading this. I just want to know if it is a good point or it is too far-fetched. One is the first para mein they have written that all the companies or shoe manufacturers, they sell directly to customers through their own branded retail outlets and their online stores. So can we say something like they should keep it in different company ka retail outlets also, or something like a mall or something, and check कि अगर वहाँ से भी sales आ रहा है, or that can increase more brand awareness among in the country or whatever.
You're basically talking about the 4 P's meka, the place part of it, right?
Yes.
That's a good point.
That is one. Second is कि second para में they have written organizations with an online offering do not make online sales outside Luckland. So then should we figure out, is there any way outside export ka bhi? Because as of now export is only purely offline through वहाँ का retail. अगर वहाँ पे किसी तरह online घूम सकते हैं तो then first mover advantage हो सकता है or whatever.
Okay. Are you also trying to question, as in, are you being skeptical about it?
Yeah, maybe there will be which people have not identified.
Okay, or there are certain risks which till this point in the pre-scene we are not aware of. वो भी हो सकता है.
Yes.
So let's write it down. Why are online businesses selling only in Luckland? The question is, what is stopping them from selling the goods outside Luckland? Yes, Meet.
So ऐसे ही point आया है, there isn't vertical integration. Wholesaler है ही नहीं, direct manufacturer से retailer.
Okay. So what do you want to say here?
Higher profitability.
Because there is no middleman?
I would like to add something to it. So since almost the entire export sales is via the distributors, there's a cut. There will be a cut of sales price that goes to the distributor as commission. So if you try to negotiate this problem and then sort it out, then it would lead to increase in profits as cost control.
Okay. Both of you just hold on to your point. Bhulna mat, because I'll finish writing this point first, then I'll come to yours. Sridhar, और क्या बोला था तूने about stopping them from selling the goods outside Luckland? You also mentioned first mover advantage if Dion Shoes gets into this space. ये एक था. And then there was product placement. The question is, where is the store based? Like, is it in malls or standalone outlets? I was going to write the word consolidated outlets, but sorry, getting too carried away. Yes, Meet, bata. Oh, hero. Bata.
Because there are chances that there is a high profitability because there's a vertical integration. There's no wholesale.
Instead of saying vertical integration, could we say that there is no middleman right now? Or no middleman, benefits associated with not having middleman. ठीक है? चलो, let's take a quick 15-minute break. बाद में लंच ब्रेक दूंगा, डोंट वरी. बट बहुत ज्यादा खा के मत आना वरना सो जाओ. ठीक है? Yes, Madhya.
Sir, we can also consider the point over here where most of the sales are being done by the retail stores and not online stores. So maybe the online marketing is not good.
Or
Even
yeah,
though it's been,
looked at it properly. Most sales are offline and not online. We should do more digging into this when we go to the company level information. ठीक है? Come back in 15, we'll continue. Chalo, come back. Is it raining still, Roshan?
Not trading, but the limit is of around 25 to 30 only.
It rained here yesterday evening, slightly better. And Mr. Balakrishnan, is it raining in your part of the world? No?
But today, uh, day day before it was very bad.
Cool. So we were here and we were analyzing the different aspects of the industry first, and then, of course, we'll go on to the company, but that's a little later. We have done analysis of types of shoes, the market structure, and something with respect to competition, sales channel analysis, and the split of revenue. Now, there are some challenges that the industry is facing. So let's see what those challenges are. AI don't have that underlining pen or that tablet wala mere paas hai nahi, and my handwriting is bad, so I can never scribble stuff because after I do that, you guys won't be able to read anything. So I apologize, but वो underline करके ना वो मुझे आता नहीं है. चलो. This is industry challenges. Competition has historically been based on price, product range, quality, marketing, brand, and distribution channel. That's quite a bit of things for the competition to be based on. Starts from here with price and goes up to distribution channel. Speed to market has become increasingly important over the last 5 years. This is due to the growing number of fashion and price conscious consumers in Luckland wanting to buy shoes more frequently to keep up with regularly changing fashion trends. Flamingo leads the way in this area. It can design, produce, and be ready to sell a new version of a type of shoe called a style in its retail outlets or online within just a few weeks, allowing the company to respond to fast changing trends. Okay, what is the challenge? The challenge is that speed to market has become increasingly important over the last 5 years. This is due to the growing number of fashion and price conscious consumers in Luckland wanting to buy shoes more frequently to keep up with regularly changing fashion trends. Flamingo leads the way in this area. Flamingo is our competitor. Okay. Now let's talk about challenge one. Basically, time to market or speed to market. What does that mean? This means how quickly can you bring the product or bring new products to showroom. है ना? So after you have launched a particular design, how quickly can you bring it to the stores? That is, the speed to market. What else? And that because the change, because of the fashion, because of the fact that the fashion is constantly changing and people want to respond to it, speed to market has become increasingly important due to growing number of fashion and price conscious consumers. There is a growing number of fashion and price conscious consumers. ठीक है. So it is also the fact that एक तो वो है and they want to buy shoes more frequently. So new designs have to reach the market quickly. ठीक है. They want to buy shoes ठीक है. They want to buy shoes more frequently. So companies must be quick in making the product, not just quick in designing, but most importantly, in taking the product live in the market. Flamingo leads the way in this area. It can design, produce, and be ready to sell a new version of a type of shoe in its retail outlets or online within a few weeks, allowing the company to respond quickly to changing fashion trends. And who is dominating? Flamingo. It is quickest in designing, producing, and making the new product available in the stores. So it has, because of this reason, it is in a way leading the market. It is quickest to make a new design and take it to the available stores. It so ये जो पहला problem था speed to market, there is someone who is already dominating that. Household disposable income is the key driver of demand, affecting the quantity, frequency, and quality of shoes purchased. There are signs that the Luckland economy is slowing down. Growth was 5.1% 5 years ago, but had fallen to 1.6% 2 years ago, and was only 1.1% during 2004. Growth in 2005 is expected to be 0.8. In line with this economic slowdown, the proportion of mid-priced shoes sold has been falling and proportion of low-priced shoes has been increasing. Forecast industry growth therefore derives predominantly from sale of handcrafted shoes to both export markets and Luckland. Now here, being present in two different segments has or might turn out to be more useful for Dion company. Okay. What is challenge 2? Challenge 2 is falling disposable income or slowdown of economy. Let's put it that way. What are some of our key takeaways here? Can you tell me? In challenge,
cyclical company.
economy is slowing down.
Sir, people are preferring the low priced shoes over the mid priced or the high price.
People are preferring
Lower demand.
mid-priced shows over, sorry, low-priced shows, not mid-priced shows. People are preferring to buy low-priced shoes and not mid-priced or high-priced. And
Sir,
if you come here, it is very clearly given that Dion has a mid-price, medium price point. For Dion, the price point is medium.
sir, although the consumers are preferring low price, but still they will be expecting a reasonable quality or a good quality. So might be DN has to lower the prices, or the industry as a whole has to lower the prices to meet the consumer expectation.
Can we say that Dion might be forced to lower prices? But forecast industry growth therefore derives predominantly from sale of handcrafted shoes to both export markets and Luckland. So forecast industry growth primarily from handcrafted shoes, not from mass manufactured shoes. So because Dion is into both, it will be able to do a, or it will be able to handle the economic slowdown better. ठीक है.
सर ये मिसलीडिंग नहीं हो गया कि हम सिर्फ फोरकास्ट इंडस्ट्री ग्रोथ सिर्फ हैंडक्राफ्टेड शूज से दिख रहे हैं प्राइमरली?
क्या नहीं हो गया?
मिसलीडिंग नहीं हो गया ये
कैसे? मतलब कैन यू
कि
एलाबोरेट?
हम हैंडक्राफ्टेड शूज से ही सिर्फ ग्रोथ फोरकास्ट देख रहे हैं?
मतलब see this is something which the industry believes in.
तो हम इसको नहीं लिख सकते चैलेंज करके?
Challenge हो
मतलब
सकते हैं but
skepticism
we have
देना।
enough information to challenge.
नहीं वही तो लिखूंगा कि इनफ इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं है, तो यहाँ पे ये बात है कि हम हैंडक्राफ्टेड शूज से क्यों नहीं फोरकास्ट कर रहे हैं पूरी इंडस्ट्री की ग्रोथ, जबकि टॉप प्लेयर सिर्फ मास मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में।
See यहाँ पे एक तो two things, proportion of mid-price shoes has been falling and low-price shoes has been increasing. They have not mentioned anything about high-priced shoes. Right? And handcrafted shoes are high-priced shoes. So about that, they have made no comment in that line. And then they have said that the industry growth primarily will come from the sale of handcrafted shoes.
गलत किया ना फिर तो।
In a way, those two statements corroborate each other.
बट फिर गलत तो हुआ ही ना ये चीज।
मतलब कैसे?
वैसे तो मास प्रोडक्शन वालों की इकोनॉमी, मास प्रोडक्शन एक तरीके से इकोनॉमी के साथ चल रही है, तो हमारी फोरकास्ट को दोनों को इंक्लूड करना चाहिए। हम अगर फोरकास्ट सिर्फ हाई प्राइस उनको दिखाएंगे हैंडीक्राफ्ट शूज के बेसिस पे, वो तो गलत ही हो गया।
Yes, Roshan.
So I think we have to assume that for high price shoes or the luxury products, the demand will be inelastic. So economic downturns won't have much effect on luxury or handcrafted.
Okay. Yes, Maniha.
So I almost had a similar point. So like if they're focusing on handcrafted shoes, it can help cope with the low growth of the industry.
Okay. Anyone else?
सर साइक्लिकल वाला पॉइंट लिख सकते हैं आप
What about that?
कि कंपनी का एक सेगमेंट साइक्लिकल है, लाइक अकॉर्डिंग टू इकोनॉमी चल रहा है, इकोनॉमी बूम में है तो उसके साथ साथ बढ़ेगा, इकोनॉमी स्लो डाउन कर रही है तो उसके साथ साथ गिरेगा।
Okay. Now, one thing is, see, specifically when it comes to luxury items or luxury shoes, uska ultimate customer base also is very different, right? You are not focusing on the middle class or you are not focusing on people in the lower income range, because see, their demand or their desire to buy something, or rather their ability to buy stuff, is predominantly influenced by their income level and price of commodities. अब जिसके पास पैसा है, slowdown of the economy is not really going to impact which goods he is going to purchase. He will still go to luxury stores and he will still buy the items if he intends to buy those. Where basically the elasticity of demand wala point, as Roshan had highlighted, comes into play. That even if the economy is going through a downturn, the disposable income और ये सब concept किसके साथ ज़्यादा you will attach it with the middle income range people who already have high incomes or who basically are sitting on bigger wealth. Their demand for items would not necessarily be affected by the changes that are happening in the economy, right? So this is para 2. Para 2 only speaks of high quality, speaks about impact on
Mid-price and low-price products.
mid-price and low-price shoes. No comment on high-price shoes, as the demand for these is relatively inelastic. ठीक है? I think somebody had raised a hand, or was it a comment?
Sir, actually I have some different doubt. मुझे ये confusion हो रहा था कि because it is not mentioned कि जो competitors है तो वो दोनों manufacturing और retail दोनों में है क्या? क्योंकि हमें डर्न का पता है और फ्लैमिंगो का पता है कि they are into both manufacturing and retail business. But what about the other competitors? वो retail में है कि नहीं है? Manufacturing में तो है but retail में है कि नहीं? मतलब ये थोड़ा different, मतलब अभी मुझे click हुआ ये point, इसलिए मैंने पूछा.
Again, we can put a pin in that later. Agar company related, when we are doing competitive analysis, if something comes to our attention, then we can evaluate that perspective. तो वो लिख के रखो. We'll revisit that.
Okay, sir.
ठीक है? Now, from production through to disposal, shoe manufacturing and retailing has a big impact on the environment. The manufacturing process releases large amount of CO2.
You have left one para. You haven't covered the about para.
Oh, sorry. There is increasing awareness that employment protection legislation is poor in the countries in which third-party manufacturers used by some Luckland shoes companies are based. The manufacturing processes used in these countries are having a negative impact on the environment. As a result, a growing number of customers are unwilling to purchase shoes manufactured in these markets. Despite the impact on their disposable income, they are choosing instead the more expensive shoes of manufacturers such as Parish and emphasize their Luckland heritage and the quality of their handcrafted shoes. These manufacturers are therefore flourishing in both Luckland and export markets. This is increasing the need for skilled workers in Luckland as well as attracting new entrants to the industry. So what's the challenge that we are talking about here? I think we had predicted this when we read outsourced labor, कि ऐसा कुछ situation हो सकता है. Fair enough. So what would you make from this para?
The people of the country are more concerned about the environment of the country and the ethical behavior of the business rather than just the price points at which they are getting their products.
Okay. So people are not making a decision to purchase only on the basis of pricing, but they are looking at other factors also. Okay. Yes, Anushka.
So that's what people will hesitate because they are using negative effect on environment. So people will not buy from the manufacturers of Luckland.
Okay.
सर हम सबसे ब्रॉड में तो यही लिख सकते हैं कि लीगल एंड एनवायरमेंट सबसे पहले प्ले में आते हैं जिनके लेजिस्लेशन और एनवायरमेंटल वाला फैक्टर बहुत बड़ा है, तो एक ये पॉइंट हम डाल सकते हैं. Broad area, broad number.
Mhm. So, challenge 3. First of all, increasing awareness about employment legislation. Impact on the environment. Then, a perception of customers and pride in local heritage. So basically, uh, what I can say is if customers notice that the processes used in manufacture are adversely impacting the environment, or the fact that the employee related practices and policies are not fair, they avoid buying from such tainted matlab badnaam suppliers, even when the price is low. They would prefer paying a higher price to their customer, to their they would prefer paying a higher price for the shoes, but not compromise on these basic principles. And there is an increasing uh, sentiment rather of pride in their own heritage, and they prefer spending money on and buying handcrafted shoes in made in Luckland. This is also pushing, rather, this is pushing domestic and export sales both. Okay? So, as well as it is attracting new entrants to the industry, this could be a threat. Attracting new entrants.
सर इससे और भी पॉइंट्स निकल सकते हैं कि सब्स्टिट्यूट्स की अवेलेबिलिटी है, बार्गेनिंग पावर ऑफ कस्टमर ज़्यादा है, वो शिफ्ट करने वाले हैं अगर तुमने चीज़ें मिलकर। बार्गेनिंग पावर इन द सेंस कि प्राइस की बात नहीं है,
ओके,
हाँ, क्वालिटी की बात कर रहे हैं। तो इनके पास सब्स्टिट्यूट्स अच्छे खासे हैं, वो आराम से शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं, वो पैसे ज़्यादा दे के भी शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं।
ओके, फेयर इनफ।
इनकी हाईली कम्पिटिटिव इंडस्ट्री है,
हम्म,
ये पॉइंट आ सकता है।
ओके, यस
Sir, I had a small doubt. Like the fact that they are like here, they have mentioned that the customers are like moving towards more expensive shoes, and in the previous paragraph they are saying that the whole industry is moving towards low price. So like the points are contradicting itself. And secondly, like here they have specifically mentioned that they are moving towards manufacturers such as Parrish, and like Parrish is usually like it's in the higher range market. So is it possible that only the high income people are getting more environmentally conscious, whereas the middle or the low income people are not that much in like they don't care, or like they are not aware of that? Like we take this from it?
Maybe, maybe, but how will that impact the risk analysis bolo ya company profiling bolo? How will that affect this?
So because they themselves have mentioned in the previous para that the industries are moving towards lower price shoes. That's why it, it's contradicting.
Okay.
So, but won't it be look like they will go for the next cheapest uh, seller? बाकी और 200 भी है ना, other than the top 5. So it's not necessarily कि बाकी भी तो उनको lowest मिल ही जाएगा.
Okay. What do the others have to say on this one?
Sir, I have another point.
Hmm.
Couldn't the customer point be used for investors as well? Investors may not be willing to invest in companies who are not socially responsible or a good corporate citizen.
हो सकता है. Investors not willing to invest in companies that are not socially responsible. Okay. Then growing number of customers are unwilling to purchase shoes manufactured in these markets. See here, it's the patriotic factor also that is playing in. If you, I'm sure you have noticed this when the whole situation was, becoming more and more difficult a couple of weeks ago. I saw a post which said, if you are charging 18% GST on popcorn, we are willing to pay it if you are going to do this kind of defense, or whatever that point was. So there, the sentiments will take a forefront, and disposable income aside, people will be, their buying habits, their desire to do something would be fueled more by sentiments, less by what we consider the rational approach in economics. In economics, when your disposable income is lower, naturally you would not want to spend on high range goods, right? जब अगर मेरा salary कम है तो I will spend less, I'll spend more on necessities, less on high price goods. But here, when you are being fueled by patriotism, when you are being fueled by pride in your local heritage, then the economic laws also take a backseat, right? In economic laws, or what, basically we always assume that the investor is a rational investor, the consumer is a rational consumer. And by rational, I'm not saying that your whole wave of patriotism is not rational, I'm not saying that. But economics, or quantitative sciences work in a different way. You can't say that, okay, water will not freeze at a certain temperature because I am patriotic. It will continue to freeze at that temperature. Similarly, your economic laws hold true, assuming that your only rationale or your only justification for doing things is based on price. Which is why the first paragraph, which said that, as the disposable income is going down, there could be a change in buying habits. So this is not a contradiction. This is, if at all this is a contradiction, it is not a contradiction to the above fact. It is a contradiction to basic economic laws, which go ahead with the assumption. See, even Modigliani and Miller assume that investors are rational, right? They are not fueled by sentiments, but they are. Investors are fueled by sentiments. Trump imposes a ban, or Trump threatens a ban, and the stock market collapses. Actual tariffs have not even been imposed yet. Still, the market responds in a certain way. So, this is not a contradiction to that aspect. This is just, you know, anomalous behavior of individuals. We could call it that. And anomalous because it does not fit in with the pre-described economic laws. Yes, Madhiya?
Sir, based on what you said, if you want to analyze all these factors, I think microenvironment analysis would be very helpful, like considering the macro environment, sorry, political factors, like legal factors, then economical factors, and then
Yes.
yeah, and
The
then also stakeholder analysis to see like there are so many stakeholders right now we need to evaluate. So like, you know what I'm trying to say, like how can we
will
respond?
make more sense when we speak about the
Mhm.
company, not so much when we are just looking at the industry overall, right? These could be challenges on the industry level, but let's see how many of them trickle down to the company level. Right now, we are looking at the country as a whole, but Dion company could have a very different set of customers, a different set of policies, something that we have not yet touched upon. ठीक है. Now, from production through to disposal, shoe manufacturing and retailing has a big impact on the environment. The manufacturing process releases large amounts of CO2. The industry was responsible for 1.4% of global greenhouse gas emissions in 2004. Every year, hundreds of thousands of pairs of shoes are disposed of in Luckland alone, most of which end up in landfill sites, and most materials used in shoe manufacturing take years to biodegrade. So, environmental concerns, challenge 4, landfill, pollution, not biodegradable. अब इस पे ज्यादा मत लिखो, इस पे अगर कुछ आया बाद में तो we'll tackle it. These words are enough to tackle the situation in the exam कि भाई environmental issues do take a front foot here. A large proportion of the shoes purchased online are returned to the seller if they do not fit, if they are not described, if they are not as described on the website, if they are damaged, or if the customer orders more than one pair because they are unsure of the size they need. This adds to the concerns around the environmental impact of the industry. The level of returns is driven by the fact that there are no universal foot sizing standards, so shoes may not fit, and because many retailers do not charge customers for return, postage, or shipping if the shoes purchased are not wanted. I mean, I always have this confusion when I'm buying clothes online, which is why clothes is one thing I rarely buy online, clothes and shoes. Because if you even look at the size chart, they mention na UK size itna, US size itna. What is XL in one could be double XL in another. Then I have to check 44 hai, 42 hai. Then I forget what does 44 stand for. Is it this length? Is it this length? What is it? And then I always end up buying something which is either too small and I can barely goosify into it, or too large, it can fit two of me. So you can imagine how large it can be, by the way. So that's a problem. Return of goods if the size does not fit, and because you don't have standard measurements anywhere, as in 44 centimeter is 44 centimeter, but 44 is XL or XXL or whatever, that might not be defined across countries or across the regions. If And also customers order more than one pair, Amazon के world में तो it's the easiest thing to do ना. Order 42, 44, 46, 44 fit आया, 42, 46 return कर दो. And that is still not such a big concern. But the fact that many retailers do not charge customers for return, postage, or shipping, that's not included in the price. For example, I buy a pair of shoes. I have rarely returned anything that I have purchased, by the way, because I find it cumbersome to coordinate with people and tell them where I stay or come to my office. And the address I've given is home address, and on that day I'm at work. So, for me, it's always a challenge. So I never return goods. But do you guys return the stuff that you have purchased?
सर मैं भी यही करता हूँ कि 2 ऑर्डर कर लेता हूँ, लार्ज या एक्सेल,
Yes, sir.
जो सा फिट है वो पहन ले, जो सा नहीं है वापस कर.
Very good. This is the reason why the retailers are bleeding cash.
जो मर्जी करें.
और निकुंज को मिल गया अपने साइज का.
सर यहाँ पे वो आएगा, रिस्क मैनेजमेंट प्ले में आएगा। ये
Hmm.
रिस्क तो है और इसको तुम सिर्फ एक्सेप्ट कर सकते हो, बट क्या तुमने इसके लिए प्रोविजन बनाया हुआ है, ये हम क्वेश्चनिंग करेंगे।
Provision बनाया हुआ है is you are thinking like an accountant at this point.
बट एक्सेप्ट करा, अगर ना तुम इसको रिड्यूस कर सकते हो ना तुम इसको ट्रांसफर कर सकते हो, बट
Can
तुम
you include that in the pricing? Return shipping?
कर सकते हैं,
That is one way.
बट मोस्टली अनविलिंग होंगे, वैसे ये एनवायरनमेंट की वजह से पे नहीं कर रहे हैं।
Oh, you guys don't know the trick. I mean,
क्या?
you do know the trick. Say that it is for 200 when it is actually for 100. Give a 30% discount and still include the costs and prices that you want to include. Many companies do that when selling not just clothes to you.
200 की जगह 199 कर रहे हैं।
Many such things can happen. For fooling the customers is unfortunately the easiest thing for everyone to do.
गारंटीड प्लेसमेंट।
Nikunj, we are not going down that path. More on that later when we are not on record.
बट ये रिस्क मैनेजमेंट लिख सकता हूँ पॉइंट में।
Risk management, mein we'll include that. When we make the Tara matrix, we'll do it.
अच्छा,
Somebody had raised a hand. Was it Anushka?
सर आई वाज जस्ट सेइंग रिड्यूस तो कर सकते हैं रिस्क, जैसे कि हम प्रॉपर स्टैंडर्ड चार्ट बना सकते हैं उनके लिए, अपने वेबसाइट पे पब्लिश कर सकते हैं, सो दैट इट बिकम्स इजी फॉर कस्टमर्स टू रेफर एंड ऑर्डर, सो हमारे रिटर्न्स कम हो जाएंगे।
Fair enough.
Sir, one more thing, like they can maintain a record of customers who are frequently changing their like shoes or something, and
Okay.
impose a higher delivery charge to them.
We know whose name is on that list, by the way.
तो मेरा चार्ज बहुत ज्यादा हो जाएगा,
Yes.
लेंस काटने मार देना मुझे।
Sir, what about like cap customers who do it just for the sake of doing it? They don't have a motive, like they don't have an intention of using the shoes. They are just doing it for like maybe trial testing, using the shoes. There are people who do that actually.
Oh my goodness.
So they'll be like the product. So it is possible over here. They might be like, we didn't like the shoes. It's not fitting, but they were actually using the shoes. How would we know? Because there are no internal controls in place. So something which will place cap customers to know, like, okay, fine, these customers are, you doing that.
Okay. That's a major threat.
There's another
One
issue as well.
guy bought shoes from Myntra, the original ones. Then when he replaced them, he sent the duplicate one, and then
Yes.
he sold the original ones, and he had like profit of like a good amount of profit, 2 to 3 lakhs he earned because of this.
I love that.
जैसे अजियो भी तो फेक ही देता है सर मोस्टली।
Okay.
तो उनका भी काम भी।
I think a lot of people will get ideas after watching this video.
सर कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही है लाइफ में, तो यही कर लेंगे, सिर्फ ACCA नहीं कर सकते हैं।
Okay. Develop a business model. Maybe 2-3 of you here can get together. Just to mention that the idea came from here.
जूते वो बदमाश कंपनी खोल लेंगे हम लोग।
Wow. Oh yeah, that's like एक जूता ऐसा कुछ.
स्मगलिंग के ऊपर है।
Very nice. But right now, this people who are just doing it for the sake of it wala thing is scary as a risk. Then people who are buying expensive shoes, wearing that to a party and then returning it because it did not fit. When you said that we will never know whether it actually fitted or not, see, that is a risk we'll have to live with. Unfortunately, it's a valid risk, but it's a risk that we'll have to live with. Here, when we are describing what is the challenge, the challenge is return of shoes that don't fit. Then
Hidden from online sales would be perfect.
Increase cost.
increased charges for return shipping. You see, The whole supply chain, which starts from one location, say for example, you place an order, it is picked up from some place in Ghaziabad, it is delivered to someone in Jaipur. So it goes from there, it is lifted by a person, loaded onto a truck. That truck goes to Jaipur, it is unloaded, kept in a warehouse. वहां से वो उठाता है and it goes and it delivers the material to the customer. अब अगर रिटर्न शिपिंग करना है तो ये पूरा जर्नी रिट्रेस होगा ना आपका, पूरा उल्टा जर्नी होगा, राइट? एंड none of the supply chain guys are going to make it easier for you in terms of billing, fuel cost और ये सब, it will keep on getting incurred again and again. So increased charges for return shipping. One thing is that we could have a well illustrated standard size chart that could help. Then what else could we do? Maybe include return shipping in the pricing to customers.
सर अनफेयर हो जाएगा वो तो।
अनफेयर तो बहुत चीजें हैं
बट फिर ऐसे चार्ज थोड़ी ना कर सकते हैं, अगर तुमने लेना ही है मतलब मोस्टली तो लेंगे, ऐसा थोड़ी ना कि सारे ही रिटर्न कर देंगे।
So see, there are different ways of including that in the price. It doesn't have to be, or you could put some sort of a caveat that uh, 14 days return अगर आपको लेना है तो you have to pay 20 rupees extra, for example. And if you don't want to avail the return facility, then you don't pay the 20. I'm not saying this is the exact way in which you could incorporate, but uh, passing on the increased charges for return shipping to the customer will have to be done. So the return shipping charges will have to be incorporated in the selling price, if possible.
प्रोविजन।
So one alternate strategy could also be like, what if you ask the customers itself to return the products? So for example, I bought some stuff from Mintra and the products were damaged,
Hmm.
and they told that we don't have a courier who can get that product to us, so you need to only ship it and then we will refund back the shipment costs if you send us the receipt. And that was such a problem because of course who is wanting to pay out of their own pocket to go ahead and return the products.
Hmm. That could be one way to plug the immediate leakage of cash, right? But on a certain level, I also believe that if you put the burden on the customer, they might hesitate in buying from you again. So both sides, we'll have to present a balanced perspective. We could uh, put the cost of return shipping on the customer, but this might discourage them from buying from this seller again. Just give me one moment, guys. One moment. Okay. I think there was, I think Rahul mentioned that customers could return at the nearest retail outlet. I think this feature is also offered by Amazon, right? Pickup feature भी होता है ना? It's not just delivery, it's a pickup feature also.
So the DMart also has this policy. Like if we are taking a home delivery and we have some issue with the product, firstly they'll tell us to like go and give it to the nearest DMart ready store, and like फिर थोड़ा झगड़ना पड़ता है, then they agree to pick it up from. तो वो एक पॉलिसी फॉलो होता तो है रियल लाइफ पॉलिसी.
अपने साइड डीमार्ट है क्या?
हाँ सर, ठाकुर विलेज में था ना, गांधी में.
Okay.
We can also introduce prepayment policies. COD का option ही हटा दे to the people who are regularly returning their products.
How does that help? Can you explain?
Means Zomato uses this a lot. The people who cancel their orders, so just they are only allow online payments. They don't allow cash on delivery.
Okay. Is a feature in Zomato?
Yes, yes. मेरे साथ हुआ है उसमें.
You cancel a lot of orders or what?
एक दो ही किए थे तो उन्होंने हटा ही दिया.
Oh, so you have to pay COD every time.
No, online every
You
time.
pay online every time. Okay.
Sir, Myntra का भी actually this issue is there. Like in my account they have, like I returned एक या दो बार product return किया. Now they are specifically imposing more delivery charges, and I have to order from some other account. And delivery charge भी ज़्यादा होता है, and the discount which they give ना, वो भी वो लोग ने कम कर दिया है. If we like compared to other account, so they are also doing this thing.
Wow. I have never, not once in my life, purchased anything from Myntra. Not once.
आपको क्रॉक्स लेके देना मिंत्रा से.
That I'll go to a store and purchase.
नहीं नहीं, वो तो मिंत्रा से ही है.
Okay. Yes,
So,
Raj. Yes,
since
Mani.
this is just a shoes industry, right? What if there is an option where when the customer is creating their account, they can enter their shoe size, right? Like for example, UK size, US size. That way, it will also reduce the chances of them stating that the shoes were not fitting because you already input the your size over there.
Customers to input shoe size, then chances of misfit are almost nil, I could say.
Sir, but like they have mentioned in the para that there are no universal sizes. So, like कोई specific size होगा ही नहीं है, basically. There can be a variation in brands size के हिसाब से.
But what I have, that could be possible. So this is one of the solutions or one of the many solutions that we can implement, not the only one. Okay. Yes, Raj, tell me.
So open box delivery, like the ones Flipkart is offering, you can ensure that there isn't any quality related issue on the returns.
Okay. Can you, so what's the scheme all about?
Which means the delivery person will just open and check the product before getting and giving us, before we give the OTP to them. That first of all, we can ensure that there is no wrong order deliveries, and the product is of good quality while delivered.
Okay. Okay. The only time I ever returned something or logged a complaint was I had once ordered some food, and in that food there was a stapler pin, and when I ate it I felt it on my tongue, so I removed it. I sent a picture. So this Zomato support person, she says, "Arey, but आपने swallow नहीं किया तो कुछ नहीं हुआ ना." I said, "So you want me to swallow? You want everything to be, you want me to die? Then you will do something." I mean, what is this? But ठीक है, shoes में at least you will not die. So that's still,
ये सर आपने बताया था
doable.
ना लास्ट कोई लेक्चर में, मतलब लास्ट कोई बैच में, कोई अंधेरी का
AP
रेस्टोरेंट आई थिंक आपने बताया था।
ट्रिपल ए में बताया होगा.
हाँ कहीं तो आपने मेंशन किया था।
Sir, it was in PM.
It's the same incident I'm chipcofying in all batches, by the way, because
Oh.
this is the only event that has happened. I don't want any more.
सर प्रोविजन बना दो।
तू वो बना के ही
मैं
मानेगा
तो
ना.
लिख के आ रहा हूँ, प्रोविजन तो बन गया।
Very good. Make a provision for shoes return.
हाँ हाँ, प्रोविजन तो बन ही रहा।
Provision for returns.
एक्सेप्ट योर रिस्क।
Just don't write IAS 37 conditions.
मैं तो नाम भी भूल गया था इसका, IS।
But वो लिख के मत आना present obligation, past obligating event, वरना you will go in a different direction. You already did that direction and you got a very good score, right? So
उसमें ठीक। सर
अच्छा,
हमें थोड़े बहुत तो याद रहते हैं।
don't be modest. अच्छा स्कोर था.
ठीक है।
ATX में भी अच्छा स्कोर था.
ATX में अच्छा था। हाँ, ATX में मार्क्स।
चलो, हो गए अभी कंसर्न्स वंसर्न्स सब हो गए खत्म. बहुत चैलेंजेस हो गए, बहुत रोना धोना हो गया. अभी लेट्स टॉक अबाउट इनोवेशंस एंड डेवलपमेंट. इस पार्ट में ना इनोवेशंस एंड डेवलपमेंट में देयर इज अ लॉट that can be tested, especially when you contrast it with what is happening in the company also. Innovation. Now, I think you guys would be able to better help me with some of these aspects. Growing environmental awareness and interest is in ethical and sustainably sourced products have led to the development of ethical issues by a small Luckland-based manufacturer called Kind Shoes Company, an organization which has successfully positioned its ethical and sustainable ethos as an alternative to that of the main manufacturer. Its shoes are made from more expensive, eco-friendly, sustainable resources, which have been ethically sourced, in contrast to the unsustainable, cheaper, man-made material used in much shoe manufacturing. It's like, एक सोप लो, उस पे लिखो ऑर्गेनिक, 50 रुपए का सोप 500 में बेच दो. That kind of an approach. Growing environmental awareness, because now people want sustainably sourced products. What are sustainably sourced products?
Keeping in mind the needs of the future generation.
हाँ, मतलब
So
EVS.
वैसे सोच रहे हैं. Sorry.
Basically, making sure that whatever shoes you or whatever product you are sourcing, it is not leading to a large depletion of natural resources, or basically something that is made from recycled products or something like that.
तो threat of new entrants वो realize हो गए हैं.
Threat of new entrants.
रियलाइज हो गया क्योंकि कैपेसिटी थी कि कोई ये चीज को यूटिलाइज कर सके इंडस्ट्री, और उस बंदे ने काइंड कंपनी ने कर लिया, काइंड शूज कंपनी.
Okay.
So this will be a case
My
of-
God, what are ethical shoes? I am quite interested. What do you think are ethical shoes?
इंटेग्रिटी होती होगी जूता.
Okay.
So shoes made of non-harmful
vegan leather,
products.
basically
The
vegan
vegan
leather
leather
shoes.
से बना हुआ.
कॉम्पिटेंट शूज.
Okay.
Maybe
Basic-
could be recycled.
They can be recycled. Okay. I definitely don't want to wear shoes, but
Sir, there is an actually t-shirt which is made up of entirely recycled materials. The plastic bottles are recycled and then they are making out a t-shirt out of it and they are selling it again.
yeah. And beach mein this is I think a very long time ago. I think I had gone to some place which sells milkshake in bottles. It was not Cavender's. And they were like, if you keep the bottle, you pay 30. If you return the bottle, you pay 25. Something like this. But that's, although I could laugh about it right now, that's still a sustainable way of doing things. Now, kitna glass waste could be saved by doing it. Correct? So here, when I say ethical shoes, it also means that child labor was, not used while making it. If you see, when a film is released at the very outset, right, no animals were harmed in the shooting of this film, right?
fake leather use करो.
The workers are paid like fair wages for the work.
Okay. So we know what ethical shoes are, है ना? एक तो sustainable and ethical shoes Kind company is making. Kind company, sustainable and ethical shoes. And uh, people want, or people are leaning towards, I could say, people are leaning towards these products, and Kind company is selling this. Kind company could emerge as a worthy competitor, I would say. Recycling initiatives are being trialed by a number of manufacturers in other countries, but there are yet to be any significant developments in this area in Luckland. Recycling initiatives. Maybe, not using plastic. I think on the first page itself, we saw something about plastic being used. So maybe not using plastic for manufacturing shoes. Your Crocs are made of plastic.
सर कहीं कहीं बहुत अच्छा लगता है, जैसे स्ट्रॉज प्लास्टिक ही होने चाहिए. इफ यू लाइक पेपर स्ट्रॉज गो ईट इट. इट इज नॉट गुड.
Why don't you take me shopping for these things then?
हाँ, लाइक क्रॉक्स प्लास्टिक बनाओ यार प्लीज.
Okay, I'll have to tell someone to cut this statement from the video.
एंड पेपर स्ट्रॉज तो मैं शुरू भी नहीं होना चाहता इस चीज को लेके, मेरे को इतना गुस्सा.
Okay. Okay, but I know whom to go with shopping after this.
सही बात है.
Okay, क्योंकि मीत तो लेके जाएगा नहीं. Meet, am I allowed to crack one joke? Please.
Yes, sir.
Mind. If Meet goes outside alone, what is he called? Unaccompanied minor. Right, Meet?
Sir, अब मैं माइनर नहीं रहा हूँ.
सर ये जोक कैसे था?
I'll have to see your Aadhaar card to verify this.
भेजता हूँ सर डीजी रॉकेट से.
बुरा मत मानना, वरना बोल देगा मेरे को माइनर बुलाया करके.
ये जोक कैसे था?
कि हाँ, see that's.
मुझे डर लगता है आपके ह्यूमर से, पता है
क्यों?
वो ह्यूमर नहीं होता.
Why, that's the truth. Zip. See, I only poke fun at people in which case I know them from a very long time and I know that they will not take it the other way. है ना मीत? हाँ. अरे मीत को तो मैं कितने 2022 से जानता हूँ. अगर मीत बुरा मानने लगूं तो फिर हाँ बचपन से उसके, हाँ नॉट मेरे, उसके बचपन से, नॉट मेरे बचपन से. Okay. Now, recycling initiatives are being trialed by a number of manufacturers in other countries. Like clothes are getting, beach mein there was this entire discussion that used to happen about celebrities repeating outfits. And now they are like, oh, we are being sustainable and all of that. Because I genuinely have this concern, even the wedding clothes, like who wears them again? दूसरे के शादी में तुम पहनोगे नहीं. खुद if when Roshan gets married and he buys something, which is very jazzy, he can't wear it to somebody else's wedding because that's not how it works.
सर जो वेडिंग इंडस्ट्री में काम करते हैं वो वेयर करते हैं.
Because आप 40 वेडिंग में जाते हो, हम लाइफ में उतने वेडिंग में नहीं जाएंगे. मैं तो एक में भी ना जाऊं.
उनका तो काम.
हाँ. चलो, बस just a question, do you get to eat after that?
हाँ सर, मैं तो कोरियोग्राफी खराब कर दूं उनकी. क्यों ना कर, मैं उनको वीडियोस ही नहीं भेज सकता. मैं कॉल में उनका रिव्यूज डाल सकता हूँ, बहुत कुछ कर सकता हूँ.
I think we went down the wrong path. Rahul is back with his favorite statement that he will come to my wedding. Anyway, आप इधर देखो. It's very.
हम कब आएंगे सर? आपको क्रॉक्स दूंगा शादी.
सिर्फ क्रॉक्स देगा?
हाँ 2 पेयर दूंगा ना.
I expected more. I expected more, Nikunj.
Stocks पता है कितने महंगे हो गए? Plastic is expensive.
तू इधर देख अभी 2 हफ्ते बचे हैं तेरे एग्जाम को.
सर पिछली बार 3 महीने करके फेल हुए थे. तो
ऐसे सब नहीं बोलते. Guys, come back now. There are increasing levels of tech. Acha, recycling initiatives are being trialed in other countries, but there are yet to be any significant developments in this area in Luckland. So, recycling initiatives, no measurable progress.
हम untapped potential बोल सकते हैं इसको.
Okay. Untapped potential.
Tracking the recycling would give us a moat in terms of sustainability and environmental concerns. It could give us a moat, and we will be able to position ourselves as more caring towards the environment.
Okay. Fair enough. So how do I frame it in minimum words? The reason I'm asking is I want you guys in the next 10 days to somehow curb your desire to over-explain, which is why I'm asking you. Can you summarize? Can Roshan summarize his own point or somebody else summarize Roshan's point?
Lacking the recycling technology would be the environmental.
Not having recycling technology will hurt in the long run, because people are more and more oriented towards these items now, and if you are not doing it, you might not find takers for your products in the future. Then there are increasing levels of technological change in the industry. For example, 3D printing can be used to produce prototypes, custom made shoes, or limited editions of style. What is 3D printing? For technologically challenged people like me, somebody has to explain. Who is that?
Like,
Why is only Anushka amongst the girls? Only Anushka and Madiha are talking. What about the others? Shifa, Tanya is messaging beach mein. What's up with the others? Is everyone sleeping? क्या होता है 3D printing? Someone tell me.
Sir, I'm not completely sure if I'm right, but I watched a movie in that. So it was basically a heist. For that, what they did was they created prototypes of the jewelry, and they made that jewelry, okay, with the help of the 3D. So it was looking same as the actual jewelry, but it was not similar. So it can be used for prototypes to show the customers like, okay, this your product could be like this, bringing that to life, but it like manufacturing it in real would be different, but just showing it as a prototype in 3D would be different.
Okay, interesting. Now, the reason I asked this question, even if someone like me is writing the SBL exam who doesn't know what is 3D printing, and I will never understand, because even after her explanation, मुझे नहीं समझा है what is 3D printing. Can you still clear the SBL paper? Of course you can. Not knowing what is 3D printing or not knowing something else so specific does not hurt your chances of clearing the paper. But these technological changes, they are used to produce prototypes, custom made shoes, or limited editions. I don't own a limited edition anything, but you can create a limited edition item with the help of 3D printing technology, prototype, see how much of it is actually, being uska demand kitna hai. You can do demand scoping that way, and if it works, launch that limited edition, maybe only 100 units to lucky customers or whatever, and then close the line. So 3D technology or tech developments like 3D printing, we have to talk. See, end when we do company analysis, we'll have to see whether these specific issues are they is Dion company able to tackle them, overcome them, or it is suffering because it has not embraced new technology? Okay. So produce prototype or limited editions and enhance sale. Yes, Vatsal.
Sir, real life maybe there is a company, like some people would have heard, Niemann's करके एक footwear brand है. They are using like the 3D printing technology. Like I had read it somewhere sometime back. So they designed the prototypes and everything beforehand, and उसके बाद they go to the manufacturing phase, depending upon कि कितना demand है and how much like they should actually manufacture. So it is being used in real life. This is an Indian company also.
Okay, fair enough. That's okay. Yes, Nikunj.
सर ये टेक्नोलॉजी एंड एनवायरमेंटल अवेयरनेस रिसाइकलिंग इनिशिएटिव्स इन सब की डिमांड है, बट इनके लिए कॉस्ट, एनर्जी, मैसिव अमाउंट ऑफ स्टोरेज, बहुत सारी फंडिंग, ये सब एक बहुत बड़ा वो बनेंगे, चैलेंज बनेंगे। और हमें ये देखना पड़ेगा कि हमारी कंपनी के पास ये सब है अगर हम रेफर करें, क्योंकि ये सब आसान चीज़ तो वो नहीं है। मतलब पैसे बहुत चाहिए, एनर्जी बहुत चाहिए।
And you need the technical feasibility also, not just financial feasibility. Technical feasibility also is required.
प्रॉपर लेबर,
Analysis, yes, skilled labor, trained labor. You will have to spend time on training also. So you will have to see whether your company has check whether Dion has the capability.
SFA analysis.
Yes, financial, technical, or human to embrace the new technology. Technology-enabled intelligent shoes are a growing trend. They can measure athletic performance, track fitness, evaluate health metrics, and provide personalized feedback to the wearer of shoes. I don't want one more person giving me feedback in life, so I'm definitely not buying these shoes. And using Bluetooth to transmit data to a smartphone. Another trend is customizable shoes, particularly athletic shoes, which customers can design and personalize. ठीक है. Again, it's again going back to tech developments and whether the organization can embrace it or not. Companies which are able to do it might be able to crack a different segment of the market. But the point is, not everyone, not every customer is looking for these features, right? हर customer.
वही है ना, नीश, एक स्पेसिफिक नीश टारगेट करना पड़ेगा।
Yes.
वो कर लिया तो तुम्हारी स्ट्रेटजी डिफरेंशिएशन में चली जाएगी, तब तुम प्रॉफिट इंडस्ट्री से अलग करके कमा सकते।
And because it's so high on the tech aspect, I have a question will come to my mind. Will I have enough takers for this product?
नीश होगा तो फिर होगा ही होगा, वो तो
I mean, for example, I would want my shoes to be just shoes, and I would want my watch to be just a watch, not everything else. For
बट एक
example,
टेक savvy पर्सन, उसके लिए तो बहुत वाव फैक्टर आता है। वाव,
I'm sure, but again, that's like going into a very specific targeted part of the market.
हाँ, अगर ये पूरा है तब तुम कर सकते हो ये चीज।
So, tech-enabled intelligent shoes. Basically, tag will be meant for niche audience and will have to be tackled accordingly. अब इसमें ज़्यादा टाइम हम तब spend करेंगे on these intelligent shoes if in the case of Dion company something on these lines comes into play. अगर नहीं आता है तो we let it sit on the side.
So with this tech-enabled intelligence shows that it brings the data security issues also along with it.
Data security, oh yes, that could be a major challenge.
And we have to spend a significant amount in developing infrastructure for storage and putting in proper internal controls to protect this data.
Cost incurred for data storage and security. ठीक है?
If टैप मतलब अगर पूरा टैप कर लिया इन्होंने, then वो threat of new entrants चला जाएगा, bargaining power of customers चला जाएगा. अगर ये टैप कर लिया सही से, क्योंकि फिर तुम्हारी पूरी एक niche strategy बन जाएगी.
If you are able to tap the market and develop tech at an affordable cost, then you will significantly reduce competition and lesser substitutes. है ना?
Competition नहीं जाएगा सर.
So yeah, also like like if I'm able to develop a good technology and I'm able to get a patent for it, it would act as a good barrier for entry as well.
It could act as a barrier for entry, and most importantly, if my cost of creating the technology is low, that means I am not going to build that cost into the product cost. See, because if you think of life cycle costing, in life cycle costing, if I have incurred 50 crores on R&D, somewhere it will have to get built up into the product cost at some point. But if I have incurred only 10 crore for development of technology, then my ultimate impact on the product costing is less, and I would be able to charge a price which the others might not be able to charge because they don't have access to that smart technology at the same price. And that way I'll be able to reduce competition only if I am able to get the cost advantage. If I don't have the cost advantage, then reducing the competition becomes a little difficult. And if you get a patent, then can set up barriers to entry. Yes, Nikunj.
सर हम ये पार्ट डाल सकते हैं कि लाइक टैक्स एडवांटेजेस होंगी, अर्निंग्स कम होंगी, लाइक अगर रिसर्च इतनी ज़्यादा हमें चाहिए इनमें, रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट, वो सारी हमारी एक्सपेंस ऑफ भी होंगी, उसकी वजह से हमें टैक्स बेनिफिट्स मिल सकते हैं. ये मतलब पोटेंशियल पॉइंट में भी
दिख सकते हैं, बट दिस इज थोड़ा सा straying away from the main road. It's a valid point. Keep it, मतलब set it aside. We might have to use it, but थोड़ा सा we are then straying away. It's not far-fetched, but it's not then it gets into over explanation and multiple assumptions.
सही बात.
Multiple assumptions we don't want. Virtual
one more, like the cost for maintaining or the preserving these kind of shoes would be like reasonably high, and so the acceptability among the customers would be low. Like again, adding to the niche audience all upon.
Okay.
So there is always a risk of something going, like some sort of diagnostics or data going wrong along with it, and there may be any legal implications.
Okay. Okay. Fair enough. And virtual and augmented reality technology is being used on some online sites based in Luckland to enable customers to try on shoes to see what they look like on them via their smartphone cameras. Lenskart does it. It lets you choose a model, you upload your face profile, and then it lets you try the glasses on yourself. So yeah, I mean, there's nothing that I would want to analyze this point further on. Industry body, industry standard, and legislation. Yes, Meet.
So this will reduce the return because of we can try on at.
Okay, that's an interesting point.
Try
Virtual,
on would like it would only show like how the shoes look on you, but exact size wala jo problem hai, it won't solve that.
maybe it, yeah, so that part it won't, but maybe color पसंद नहीं आया, अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है वाला problem it can solve. So customers can try on shoes virtually. Might help to reduce returns to a certain extent. I'm not saying कि पूरा का पूरा reduce होगा, but to a certain extent कि अरे this color doesn't look good on me वाला issue, at least you can sort that one out. Now, the Luckland Shoe Association aims to promote the industry domestically and globally. It provides its members with expertise, support, advice, guidance, and insight on a range of relevant topics through its staff, its publications, the network of members, and its links to the Luckland government. Accreditation by the Made in Luckland campaign set up by the LSA to promote Luckland manufactured shoes domestically and internationally indicates that manufacturers have complied with standards regarding the quality and safety of products, labor standards, and substantial and sustainability guidelines. Accredited manufacturers can use the Made in Luckland mark. Shoe manufacturers, like all other businesses in Luckland, must comply with employment, health and safety, consumer protection, competition, and data protection legislation. There is a strong system of copyright protection in Luckland. Manufacturers must carry out a number of legally required health and safety tests on all shoes to ensure the materials used to manufacture them are non-hazardous. Most staff employed in the industry are members of National Shoe Union. Somebody had spoken about trade unions earlier. We now have a point on trade union, which looks after the interest of its members at work, for example, by negotiating agreements with employers on pay and condition. Now here, one major point तुरंत जो मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा है is compliance risk, right? What else can you think of? See, now what are those compliance risks? When we make the risk register, we can note it down. Anything else that these paragraphs tell you?
अच्छे internal controls डालने पड़ेंगे to ensure.
Increased cost of compliance.
But so potential fines and penalties if like there is non-compliance.
Employers would have more power.
পুরো
Will
উড়িয়ে
be a
দিয়েছে
trap
খড়খড়
in terms
করছে
of
মুখটাকে ঢেকে দিচ্ছে
Ek, one by one.
কেন ওই বন্ধ করে তো ব্রেক দেবে এক্ষুনি ব্রেক দিচ্ছে না
I have to.
হ্যাঁ তো ওই যে
Yes, Roshan, tell me.
so employees would have more power to negotiate with the organizations as
Due to the presence of trade unions,
there's a strong trade union, not a general one, but with this I can predict that the trade union has more power compared to a normal organizational level trade unions.
strong trade unions, better negotiations from employee point of
Employee point.
will have to pay minimum wage plus additional amount negotiated.
ये इन्वेस्टर्स को ज्यादा फेथ होगा जिन्होंने कंप्लाई किया होगा स्टैंडर्ड का इन्वेस्टर्स को उन कंपनी में ज्यादा फेथ होगा एंड इट विल बी बेटर फॉर कंपैरेटिबिलिटी आल्सो कि ये दोनों कंपनी कंप्लाई करती हैं तो इनको कंपेयर करिए मोर फेथ
Investors more inclined towards
इवन कस्टमर्स
compliant organizations. Customers, more inclined, investors slash customers. Yes. Anyone else? I think I saw a point mentioned in the chat box. Have to go through various tests to reduce health and safety risk. Multiple tests for health and safety risk. Because ये सारे I can see multiple risk related issues here. है ना? Or potential fines and penalties. Potential lawsuits. ठीक है?
सर अब ये मेड इन लकलैंड वो उससे कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट करेगा ना जो आउटसोर्स किया उन्होंने हैंडीक्राफ्ट वाला।
हाँ, so that means you want to pull the manufacturing focus back domestically.
Hmm.
So
Sorry.
no, bolo.
I was just saying like there will be a negative sentiment among the consumers if you are not adhering to the Made in Luckland campaign. So people would generally prefer domestic goods more than those which are manufactured outside the country.
This
would prefer right? That is what they would want.
this could
And
be one of the reasons जिस वजह से इनका वो गिर रहा था डाउन टाइम।
customers would not prefer buying from those makers who are not made in Luckland.
So this could take away the benefits of outsourcing. Like, companies are primarily outsourcing because of cheaper labor and raw materials in other countries.
Would deprive the companies of cost advantage derived from outsourcing. Do you agree? I mean, you only said it, so of course, I and everyone else agrees. Strong trade unions may indicate resistance issue. Okay.
Sir, one more point to add, like if the workers go on frequent strikes, so there can be supply issues for the products.
Okay. So can I just say here, problems associated with strikes?
So there will be an incremental, exponential demand for skilled laborers because like everyone coming back and there's already a demand for skilled labor existing here.
Okay. Cool. So you get the gist, right? You get the gist of the last para. I think a lot is going to come from this industry body, industry standard and legislation. काफी कुछ यहाँ से आएगा. We are done with analyzing the industry. Now we have to analyze the company. So I'll give you all a lunch break. Go eat and come back. How much time do you need?
25 to 30 minutes.
दे दो समझ के था.
दे दो समझ के is what? चलो ठीक है. Come back in like चलो 2:15 को आओ. दे दो समझ के is like I'm standing on the street, I'm selling something to him और वो बोल रहा है समझ के दे दो. Very nice. चलो come back at 2:15. Okay, chalo, come back. हो गया lunch? Chalo. Let's now go company specific. We saw industry information. Now let's talk about Dion shoes. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. इतने pages में वो information split है आपका. And usually ना they also give extracts from the website. Almost every attempt that I have done the pre-scene for, they give the extract of the website. Chalo. Company and exit. Dion Shoes Limited was founded nearly 100 years ago by Dermot Dern. Over the years, it has built a reputation for reasonably priced, well-made shoes for adults and children. It was one of the first organizations to be awarded the MIL mark for its formal type of shoe. यहाँ पे, let's talk about what all is working in the company's favor. How does the MIL mark help?
Attracts customers and investors because of the APR to some point.
Okay. It attracts customers. For what reason?
Brand reputation.
Okay. Others?
So also, it might attract some government subsidies, basically, like if they are promoting the manufacture in their own country,
Is it
they
mentioned
might get.
कि ऐसा कुछ हो सकता है? Because we saw the industry info, right? So far, on the basis of information that we have written, that we have, gathered, ये part कहीं पे mentioned है?
No, sir.
No.
Far-fetched.
थोड़ा मतलब it's going beyond the given material. ठीक है. चलो. But there are still some points worth noting that this is a 100-year company. ठीक है. What is the reputation? Reasonably priced, well-made shoes for adult and children. So, reputation for reasonably priced, well-made shoes for adults and children. Okay. This is the reputation and first organizations to be awarded the MIL mark for its formal type of shoe. Company has made in Luckland mark. Okay. And then you will have to think about or write down the benefits derived due to MIL mark. Okay. Then at that point, until 15 years ago, all of Dion's manufacturing was based in a town called Lane in the southwest of Luckland. At that point, the company decided to transfer most of its manufacturing to the country of Totland, retaining one small factory in Lane to take advantage of significantly lower production cost. X Company Limited, one of Totland's largest shoe manufacturers, produces shoes for Dern in that country. Dern's head office, the small factory and its warehouse are still in Lane. It is one of the main employers in the area. Now, let's talk about the outsourcing. क्या हुआ because of outsourcing? Except one small factory, everything, or except one small factory, all manufacturing is outsourced. ठीक है, outsourcing is done to whom? To X Limited
X company.
in Scotland. What is the reason for outsourcing? क्या है
Lower
बेटा?
cost of production.
Take
Low production cost.
है ना,
So lower production cost.
in Scotland. And one company, one point that we should mention is X Limited is already a large manufacturer.
Largest.
Largest manufacturer.
अच्छा, largest है. X Limited, largest shoe manufacturer in Scotland. Dern's head office, small factory.
Dern was the
Huh?
one of the main employees in that area.
Yeah, that is what I was coming to.
Because of this outsourcing, there might have been significant unemployment or job losses in that particular area.
Yes. So, Dern's head office, factory, warehouse, okay, all in Lane. Dern is one of the main employers in that area. Loss of jobs and other impact on the local economy due to
Outsourcing.
the shifting, due to the shifting to Scotland. Then, shipping from Scotland to Deon's warehouse in Luckland is carried out by DT Global Transport. I don't know whether this information is going to be useful. This is the shipping company. Most of Deon's shoes are mass produced by Exco. Only its formal shoes are handcrafted in its Luckland factory. Its shoes are sold throughout Luckland directly to customers via its 75 branded retail outlets and its website. It does not export any of its production. ठीक है. So the MIL mark is for the formal shoe, है ना? We'll have to mention that. The MIL mark is for the formal shoe, not for everything. सारे के सारे business को you don't have the MIL mark. It is only for the formal shoe that you have made. Now formal shoes are handcrafted in Luckland factory. Outsourcing किसके लिए? Outsourcing is for
All other products.
mass manufactured shoe. ठीक है. Then are handcrafted in Luckland factory. Its shoes are sold throughout Luckland directly to customers via its 75 branded retail outlets. Why does this look like a fixed cost to me? है ना? These branded stores, 75 branded stores, they are like my fixed cost. ठीक है. So, 75 branded retail outlets. No export done. चलो ये एक separate point बना सकता हूं मैं. What else? 75 branded retail outlets, high fixed cost for running the outlets. Then maintenance cost. Then what else? No online sale for handcrafted shoe. Okay. No.
So but it's given website sales.
So it's given on website.
And website. It does not export any of the production. Okay. So right now we know only this much. This is a 100-year-old company, which means, there is a possibility that its culture might be, like one of those autocratic approaches. We don't know. The next set of information that we look at, it is going to help us. Okay. Yes, Adish.
So यहाँ पे जो mention है, it does not export any of its production. So is it mentioning about the mass production कि जो वो बाहर outsource कर रहे हैं वो export नहीं करते? मतलब वो point समझ नहीं आया मुझे अभी अच्छे से.
Export means you are not selling outside the country.
कौन
Any-
से products?
कुछ भी. वहां पे लिखा ना any of its production. Any of its production means nothing is exported.
अच्छा, okay.
है ना?
Sir, when seeing the cost of producing, तो हम ये लिख सकते हैं कि हमें X लिमिटेड का कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर नहीं दिया, वो कितना चार्ज करता है, एंड बाकी कंपटीटर्स का भी कॉस्ट स्ट्रक्चर नहीं दिया इन द स्कॉटलैंड में, तो हम वो कंपैरिजन नहीं कर पाएंगे और नहीं बता पाएंगे कि कॉस्ट हमारी कितनी आ रही है बाहर आउटसोर्स करने की. क्या पता X सबसे ज्यादा चार्ज कर रहा हो हमसे.
But don't you think it's difficult to get access to किसी का cost data unless you have some sort of a
नहीं,
business?
लाइक सॉरी, वो कितना चार्ज कर रहे हैं उनका कॉस्ट डेटा नहीं, वो हमसे कितना चार्ज करेंगे, बाकी कितना चार्ज करेंगे.
So that means you are questioning whether we should be getting it outsourced through X company or through someone else.
हाँ, नहीं तो जैसे उन्होंने मेंशन किया X लार्जेस्ट है वहाँ पे मैन्युफैक्चर, तो और भी होंगे मतलब.
Okay. Maybe have we done analysis / price comparison for the manufacturing process of mass manufactured shoes, which we are currently getting done from X company. ठीक है. Possibility of another supplier providing the same to us at lower prices. ठीक है.
सर यूजुअली लार्जेस्ट कंपनीज क्वालिटीज नहीं दे पाती हैं.
ये assumption है. रियल लाइफ में सच हो सकता है, यहाँ पे दिस इज एन assumption.
हाँ, ये मतलब वही तभी सोचा कि कंपैरिजन करें.
See, skepticism doesn't mean we go down the assumption.
हाँ,
Have you guys ever seen a US court crime drama? वहाँ पे when they raise an objection, what does the other person say? Objection, Your Honor, speculative. या फिर objection, relevance. है ना? It's that. Your points should never be speculative, specifically here, because otherwise क्या होगा ना? You will end up writing or you will end up creating a business model that you want for your startup, basically. Not analyze the situation at hand. वो आपको नहीं करना है. But out of these, even this point ना, price comparison, ये point कहाँ पे आएगा? अगर later we have this information somewhere कि it is facing issues in terms of the cost of material, it should explore others, तो फिर ये point discuss करने का मतलब है. Otherwise, ये point का उतना कुछ utility at this point मुझे नहीं लग रहा है. हमने लिख के रखा है because see, right now we are analyzing. In the exam, you should have the ability to cut out all the information that is basically extra. ठीक है. Again, any argumentative points, speculative points, hearsay points, real life, you are not doing an MBA. You are not solving a real life situation, which is why your answer should never correlate it with anything that you have seen in matlab. You can derive the lessons from it, but you
Hmm.
should never write in your answer ki, oh, you know what, this had happened with Byju's
Hmm.
and this is applicable here. That you can't say. एक तो it doesn't serve any purpose, plus उस आपके आंसर का लेंथ बढ़ता जाएगा, है ना?
ठीक।
Yes, Kaushik, बोलो.
So we are heavily reliant on this X company limited for our sales actually. So majority of shoes are coming from their production and only a small part of our manufacturing, but to the handcrafted ones are done in Oakland. So if there is any rise in political or currency or any other type of risk which is basically between two countries, then there's a huge chance that we may face significant losses.
Okay, I'm writing down political, I'm writing down forex, I'm writing down legal / compliance. I foresee these risks as a result of outsourcing.
Sir,
This
like
is mainly
to add,
due to heavy reliance on
One
X
supplier,
company.
yes,
Yeah.
that is a good point. Single vendor dependence,
There's too much in this case.
I will color it in red,
So, but they are doing that for the last 15 years.
which is all the more reason ना वो audit में एक threat है ना, where you get majority of your
familiarity.
from one party, from one client, and then of course you know the issues that it can lead to. अगर आपको डर लग रहा है, sorry, if you want this issue to be highlighted, capital red, underline, sorry, we'll make sure that this specific part remains. ठीक है? Single vendor dependence could be a major problem. If that one vendor, उसका अगर दिमाग खराब हो गया, and if he stops servicing you, where will you go? You have already, you don't have any substantial manufacturing facility left in your country, right? You have outsourced everything. Never a good strategy. Organizations, you know, they suffer a lot because of single vendor dependence or single person dependence also. If that vendor is not there if that vendor is not there to supply a key raw material, तो आप manufacturing कैसे करोगे? Right? So if no manufacturing, no output, no sale, मतलब पूरा का पूरा system only will crumble, right? So this is a very good point. ठीक है? Yes, Himanshu.
Sir, can this be related to the industry body regulations? Like we don't have an oversight on how they are producing, so there can be chances that there can be non-compliance of regulations set by the industry body.
Yeah, because it is coming from outside.
Yeah, we have no oversight on the operations that is happening in Dortmund.
You know, I'll include it here: risks due to outsourcing, no visibility on processes followed in Scotland. ठीक है? So when material is brought in, there could be compliance challenges here. Compliance challenges in home country. Yes, Anushka.
So there is no information about how Scotland country is. Is there is economic recession going on or stable country? So we have to analyze that also.
Okay. Okay.
But Scotland is not another country. It's in Lackland only, right? It's just a different town.
No, 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 no,
But
no.
then,
Not a different town. Lane is a different town in the same country, but Totland is a
okay,
different
okay,
country.
okay, got it. Sorry.
That's-
Okay, then yeah, then local regulations, the governance also over there may pose restrictions on manufacturing.
Can you repeat that point?
So if it's a different country, then there could be like political conflicts, government regulations.
Which we have written. I think political forex legal compliance risk अभी इस पे हम we'll stop that part here.
Okay.
मतलब वो हमने industry overview में भी we have discussed, we are discussing it here again. You know, our mind has a default setting where we go to the most comfortable point in the answer or comfortable point in our memory and we frame our entire answer around it. Evaluate करो कि whether, see, forex risk is a possible risk. It's not necessary कि इस case में होगा. Political risk is a possibility. It's not compulsory that it will happen. This you will have to decide based on the exhibits given in the question, or if this is even required to be discussed, right? Your answer cannot be framed on just the pre-scene. This is basically ये भी हो सकता है, ये भी हो सकता है, ये भी हो सकता है. That is what we are doing. Apart from that, there is nothing else. है ना? अब इससे ज्यादा important, more important than this is the ownership part. Acha, now just make sure that your answer is equally distributed and does justice to all the data points. Your answer cannot be just focused on one para because it was the first para or because it was the most comfortable data point. Ab next wala dekho, ownership of Dion's shares is split as shown below. Founders family 70%, others 5%, employment 10%, directors 15%. Although the majority of the shares in Dion are owned by the founders family, none of the family are on the board or have any involvement in the management of the company. ठीक है, majority shares are owned by founders family, none of the family is on the board or it has no involvement. Dion is not listed on the Luckland Stock Exchange, but governance arrangements are consistent with good corporate governance. And as a non-listed company, the directors made the decision not to have audit, nomination, and remuneration committees. There is an internal audit team which reports to the chief financial officer. This is a major red carpet of issues. बहुत सारे issues दिखेंगे आपको यहाँ पे. Can you take a moment, make a mental note of all of them, and then start telling me what are the, can I classify them under governance related issues or leadership related issues, or what should I call them?
Corporate governance.
These seem more
Corporate governance.
corporate governance issues, right? Socho, think for a moment. Take a moment, don't start writing the answers. Let everyone think. Chalo. Let's talk about some of the bigger issues that we can see here. What are those? Tell me one challenge that you see here. high power low interest stakeholder. No. पहले मुझे problems बता. Yes, Meet. Tell me one problem here.
There's an accountability problem wherein the person who makes or who is involved in making the annual report or the financial report, the internal audit team needs to go to him only to evaluate or to check something. So there's an accountability problem.
Basically, internal audit function reports to CFO. ठीक है. So this raises concerns about independence of internal audit. Now, the job of internal audit is to find out the deficiency in processes, right? And now if there is a deficiency in how I am doing something and the internal auditor comes and reports that issue to me, I will not let that issue get highlighted. I'll brush it under the carpet, right? So there are concerns about independence of the internal audit function. Okay. Then what else? Sridhar.
So they have said that none of the family are on the board or have any involvement in the management, which might mean that they might be not attending. There will not be active participation in AGMs. And if that is the case, then there is a lot of power in the hands of directors who might not act in the best interests of the shareholders.
Can I say agency issue? Agency problem?
There is basically agency issue with this. Almost 70% of the 70% are there, and 15% stakeholders are the directors, and they might act in their own interest.
Founder's family owns 70%, but not involved. Anna. Then directors who own 15% run the company. Directors might act in their own interests and not work for the company as a whole. Okay? Then the fact that, they have made a decision not to have audit, nomination and remuneration committee. Don't have audit, nomination and remuneration committee. Acha, can someone tell me what is the role of the remuneration committee? Anushka, what role does it play?
So to decide the remuneration according to the performance of the directors.
Basically, if the directors were to just see ultimately who gets paid how much, that is in the control of the management. Management decides kisko kitna salary milega. Now, if the directors themselves are deciding the salaries that they are going to get, then it's quite possible that they will siphon all the money that the company has made and take it out of the company into their own accounts. So they cannot decide their own salary. Mera bas chale to main apna salary 50 crore kar do. Right? So I cannot be allowed to decide my own salary, which is why companies usually have a remuneration committee which does the job of deciding the salaries to be paid to these executive directors. This remuneration committee consists of only the non-executive directors. Okay. What is the nomination committee? Who can tell me? Yes, Madiha, tell me.
Sir, nomination committee basically decides that who should be on the board depending on their skills and expertise. So it helps balance, diversity in the board to make sure that we have all directors who will bring different kind of expertise to the board and everything can be balanced. Also about balancing non-executive directors along with executive directors so that we can balance independence also.
Basically, if the directors were allowed to nominate themselves, They would just keep on nominating themselves every year, right? But and they would the board will basically remain with the same people, and that could lead to an imbalance of power. You see, when Oscars happen or other awards happen, there are five people who are nominated, and out of that, one winner is chosen. Correct. But who nominates these five people? There has to be a separate set of people who decide here their performance was worthy of an award. Similarly, these are the 50 people in the universe, in our universe. Out of these seven people should be put up for nomination, and then उनके बीच में we conduct an election. The members of the company, that is the shareholders, they will vote, और उसमें से तीन people will become the directors of the company. So this who gets chosen, जिनके बीच में election होगा for the post of the director, that is the job of the nomination committee to nominate members amongst whom or from amongst whom you will choose the people who will occupy the board. They don't have the nomination committee also, and they don't have an audit committee. What is the job of an audit committee? Yes, tell me.
Audit committee is generally the one whom the auditor of the company reports to. Basically, they ensure that the processes are undertaken at true and fair manner, and financial statements are presented in true and fair manner.
Okay.
And one of the main, sorry,
Yeah, go ahead.
one of the main functions of audit committee is to overlook the work of internal audit team. So to check whether they're independent.
Correct. To check whether the external auditor is independent on the date of issuing the report, to ensure that all the information that the external auditors need for conducting the audit, whether that information is provided to them or not. Someone mentioned in the chat box, they are the bridge between the management and the external auditor. Now, the internal auditor, in a lot of cases, he will report to the audit committee, right? Now, when I was with EY and I was in internal audit. So every quarter we used to have an audit committee meeting. Jahan pe, of course, I did not get to attend those too many times because I was a junior. But of course, I had to work for making the reports to be presented in the audit committee. So audit committee is basically a very important link between the auditor and the management. And it reviews internal controls also. If, say for example, if the management is not providing you with certain data that is required for audit of financial statements, आप किसको जाके बोलेंगे? You will go and tell the audit committee कि भाई ये लोग तो data ही नहीं provide कर रहे हैं, correct? So यहाँ पे the points become very very clear in my opinion. यहाँ पे बहुत clearly लिखा है कि what are the problems that we are facing. Yes.
I'd like to add something. There are no non-executive directors on the board, so
Apparently.
that is also an issue because there is no supervisory authority or there is no person to give expert opinion on such matters where the directors may be dependent.
Fair enough.
So sorry, sir. He was not very clear to me. Where is it written कि NADs नहीं है?
The point is, यहाँ पे although majority of the shares are owned, none of the family members are on the board or have any involvement. That's a deduction technically.
Sir, it is given below कि NEDs है board नीचे.
When we move to the next part.
Yes.
So, what lesson do we learn here? Roshan.
Have to wait and
No deductions. That because this happened in the past, it will happen in the future is a deduction, right? You are extending the logic. No hypothetical situations and no extension of logic. Be very, very careful when you are doing these things. Yes, Nikunj, you were about to say something.
Sir, it is not listed on the stock exchange. तो इसका full disclosure का question आएगा, transparency का question आएगा, इसकी फंडिंग का क्वेश्चन आएगा कि आप फंड्स कहाँ से अरेंज कर रहे हो अपने फाइनेंसेस, तुम्हारी फाउंडर्स फैमिली दे रही है पैसे या कहाँ से आ रहे हैं? अब मतलब अभी हमें फाइनेंशियल्स पता नहीं है ना, तो हम ये क्वेश्चन पुट अप करेंगे और अगर तुम प्राइवेटली सोर्स कर रहे हो सब कुछ, तो तुम्हारी लिक्विडिटी पे कंसर्न्स आएंगे.
So while I appreciate the extent of your thought, how do we link it here? I mean, what challenges?
नहीं, गवर्नेंस वाले तो मैं मान रहा हूँ अलग हैं. वो हाई वीक इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स एंड एवरीथिंग.
अभी तक इंटरनल कंट्रोल वीक है ये भी किसी ने बोला नहीं है so far, है ना?
कमिटीज ही नहीं है तो वीक ही होंगे.
That's again an assumption.
तो वो तो फिर अजम्पशन, ये तो बहुत रियलिस्टिक अजम्पशन.
नहीं क्यों? See, there is a high likelihood that internal controls will be weak. See, audit committee is responsible for looking at these, but whose responsibility is it to basically set up internal controls, ensure their operating effectiveness? ये सारा responsibility management का है, right? So audit committee is just an added layer to ensure that ये सारा चीज सही तरीके से implement हो. और if there is a deficiency, before an external person comes and tells you that there is a deficiency, the audit committee acts like your eyes and ears, and they will identify the issues and tell you. Audit committee nahi hai, iska high possibility hai ki there will be no controls or weak controls or non-functioning controls. But abhi tak humne jitna padha hai uske basis pe so far we shouldn't assume.
And like good governance arrangements are consistent with good corporate governance.
They are saying that governance arrangements are consistent. Right now, let's accept the fact when we have other information that points us in the direction that it is not consistent with good governance principles, we'll question it. Like next paragraph mein hi diya hai na ki it doesn't have audit, nomination and remuneration committee. So then this is not consistent. So we have made a critique on that. Yaar ye तीनों तो होना चाहिए था. And we also discussed ki what role does each of the committee play. Yes, Sridhar.
So what I wanted to ask was, when now we are like these are points clear hai, but now when we are writing towards a disadvantage, how, like to what extent should we exploit it? Like for example, abhi agar remuneration ka baat ho gaya, we just made a simple point ki who is setting the remunerations then? Then should we just write ki directors may act in their own interest, or should we go towards the extent of ki fraud ho sakta hai?
नहीं. Even when we do the AAA paper ना, वहां पे भी ACCA mentions किया सीधा fraud पे मत जाओ. That's a very clear expectation. Don't go, just mention the issue. हर चीज में fraud मत डालो unless there are fraud risk factors present. See, siphoning money out of the company into your own accounts as salary, is it morally offensive? Yes. Is it stealing of cash? See, the situation is if I pay myself 5 crores worth of salary, I have recorded an entry expense account debit to salary payable and then salary payable to cash. It is unreasonable is a different point altogether. It could be a taxation problem. It could be an IFRS 13 problem. But is it illegal to pay 5 crores to Satyamedh salary? No, it's not illegal. But why do we have a remuneration committee to ensure that all the money doesn't go to Satyamedh's bank account for funding his personal ambitions? Money that belongs to the shareholders of the company should remain in the company. So there's a distinction. Fraud क्या होता है? मैंने चोरी किया, प्लूटस का पैसा मैंने अपने जेब में डाला, that is fraud. है ना? If I say कि, for example, if a person were to do this, कि अरे, I can do this activity. I mean, I'm not doing it. I'm just saying I could do this activity. That would constitute fraud. कि I tell Sridhar, the cost of the batch is 10,000. मैं तेरे को 8,000 में दूंगा. 5,000 प्लूटस के अकाउंट में डाल, 3,000 मेरे को जीपे कर. I can do this, right? That is fraud because I'm stealing Plutus ka rightful revenue. But if I tell you, Sridhar, the fees are 5,000, you pay 5,000 to Plutus. It could be at a price which is not the market price. Market price for SBL could be something different. I am selling this to you with full knowledge of the company because I am not generating the link. Somebody else is generating the link and sending the link to you. So it's not fraud. It's just not acting in the best interest of the company. That is why you have these committees, because if I am acting in the best interest of the company, then I should make sure that the prices that I charge or that I deliver should be according to the company set standards. If, say, for example, I'm reducing it for no apparent reason, then it is not in the interest of the organization as a whole, right? If I were a, say, for example, a director who doesn't have the company's interests at heart but my own interest at heart, maybe I want to win goodwill among students, मैं बोलता हूँ चलो 500 रुपीज में आओ, मैं करा दूंगा. The company is suffering because had we sold the course to you at the correct price of 5,000, 5,000 into 100, for example, we would have gotten 5 lakh rupees, but we are getting 100 into 500, that is only 50,000 rupees. I am getting a good name, और ये तो 500 में कराता है, but the company is suffering. It's not fraud. It's just not acting in the right interest of the company. Fraud is a problem that we'll discuss when we are talking AAA, and that too specifically fraud risk factors. यहाँ पे what is it that is making you not a good boy? Those are the points. Lying is it a crime? Don't go all philosophical on me. It doesn't land you behind bars, right?
जैसे आप कहना चाह रहे हो, जैसे विसल ब्लोइंग हो गई, वो
हाँ.
एथिकल है बट लीगल नहीं है एक तरीके से.
विसल ब्लोइंग तो बहुत ही अलग सिचुएशन हो जाता है.
मतलब वो भी मतलब यही हो गया
हाँ.
ना, एक्ट एक तरीके का.
करेक्ट. सो बी केयरफुल व्हेन यू यूज दीज वर्ड्स. उससे क्या होता है ना, फिर ये सब करने से 54 आता है, 54 मार्क्स, बिकॉज बहुत स्पेक्युलेटिव आंसर्स लिखे हैं. हर चीज में अजम्पशन है कि फ्रॉड कर दिया. फ्रॉड नहीं किया हर चीज में, ठीक है. अब with this information we have analyzed this much कि यार independence issue है, ये है agency problems, and don't have audit, nomination and remuneration committee. Now let's talk about the key stakeholders. Let's not complete the analysis here. Who are the key stakeholders? Key stakeholders are shareholders, staff, head office, factory, warehouse, retail outlet, customers, third-party manufacturer, distribution partner, DT Global Transport, suppliers, bank, trade unions, that is NSU and Luckland Shoe Association. There are high levels of loyalty, commitment, and satisfaction among Dern staff. Staff turnover is low. It is not uncommon for several generations of the same family to have worked for Dern. सरकारी दफ्तर है ना. The parent passes away and then the child gets the same job. इंडिया में तो होता है ये. The relationship between Dern and X company was very positive, but over the last 2 years, there have been a growing number of issues with the quality of output from its factories. Quality checks carried out in Luckland have highlighted poor production quality, and the number of returns from customers due to faulty shoes produced by X company have been slowly rising. Delays in the dispatch of orders from X company have also been increasing. Shipping between Totland and Dern's warehouse in Lane is provided by DT, and service levels are excellent. What do you make of this paragraph? The good thing is that they have identified stakeholders. Exactly. I think we did one question day before yesterday where the question was on stakeholders. And then you asked me, how did you identify that we are not supposed to talk about customers and government? At that time, I had told you that name itself is not mentioned. Is it not a stakeholder? The answer is it is a stakeholder. But is the stakeholder specifically mentioned in the question? No. Like यहाँ पे have they mentioned government as one of the stakeholders? No. But government is a stakeholder, right? We are not denying. We are just saying जो लिखा नहीं है उसके बारे में आप भी मत लिखो. You don't comment on something that is not mentioned in the first place. ठीक है. There are high levels of loyalty, commitment, and satisfaction. Staff turnover is low, not uncommon for several generations to be in the same company. Relationship between Dern and X company was very positive, but over the last 2 years, there have been a growing number of issues with the quality of the output from its factories. Quality checks carried out in Luckland have highlighted poor production quality, and the number of returns from the customers due to faulty shoes produced by X company has been slowly rising. What do you make of this? What challenges do we face? or
अभी
how are we going to tackle this?
अभी ये
Sir,
सजेस्ट करता है वीक इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स.
Weak internal? No. In fact, this suggests good internal control. Na?
good, no, sir.
Okay.
We are checking and अपने चेक में पकड़ में आ रहा है कि कंट्रोल मतलब क्वालिटी इशू है.
हाँ सही बात है, सही बात.
This is ISA 402 ना, सर्विस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के कंट्रोल इश्यूज. You are not supposed to comment on that.
ये
Right?
कौन सी?
अब एक्स कंपनी के कंट्रोल बेकार है तो मैं क्या करूं, है ना? But here that point which you mentioned of looking at alternative suppliers, that might have to be considered. Correct? Yes, Madiha, tell me.
So to tackle this issue with X company, because we have identified like quality of the products are going down and maybe we are losing potential customers which could impact revenue, we can consider e-procurement, which can show us like different suppliers who are providing us high quality goods with good range of prices, right?
Okay.
So
So
we can also enter into a SLA with X, in which it will be precisely mentioned about like who will like bear the cost of the quality, like poor production and return from the customers due to poor quality.
okay. Now the fact that material is being returned by my customer, how does it impact my analysis here? It is a failure, right? Now our friend Adish has written that there is appraisal and external failure cost. Can you tell me what is appraisal and external failure cost? Not Adish, someone else. Mr. Balakrishnan.
I don't remember.
Sir?
How
External
innocent?
failure.
Remember.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead.
So external failure cost, there is some mistake from our organizations, and that has not been identified until the products or services are gone out to the customers, and customers have made a point out of it.
Okay. Someone else had also raised a hand, right? Who was that? External failure cost is cost incurred after a defective product or service is delivered to the customer and they discover the failure. I am not discovering the failure, as in my quality checks should have prevented that from happening. Correct? But my quality checks were not able to identify, and these were highlighted by the customer. And then reputation issue ho gaya, my goodwill got lost in the market. So is there an external failure situation happening here?
Slowly increasing. Customers are identifying faulty foods.
So the number of returns from customers are increasing.
Customers are returning faulty shoes, increase in the returns, and reputation loss. Then cost incurred for reverse shipping. Then
So we would be trying to have more supervision, like to check how are the internal controls in place at X. So that will also increase cost for our company.
okay.
So we have to compensate the customer for delivery of such faulty products. So by giving coupons or additional products or additional discounts in future.
So customer will have to be compensated and costs incurred for that. Then
Sir, there are delays in dispatch from X company. It will lead to shortages in stock, and also in turn, like the customers will move to some other competitor because there is shortage.
delays in dispatch, stock warehouse issues, then delayed delivery to customer, this leads to customer dissatisfaction, then बोलो.
सर सबसे खुश गुड प्लेस टू वर्क एट, स्टाफ सबसे ज्यादा खुश है.
Okay, that's a
mention.
positive point.
हाँ मतलब मेंशन कर सकते हैं हम, कभी लिखते हैं.
हाँ. See, right now, we are just doing the analysis, so we can mention staff loyalty,
DT Global Transport के साथ भी service levels are excellent.
with DT Global what? Service levels are excellent. Okay.
We might need to integrate our systems with X company so that it could lead to better quality management.
So, but why can't we directly say कि we should look out for other options? Already we discussed कि one supplier pay too much dependence. So
should explore other suppliers due to quality issues and also to reduce single vendor dependence. Yes, Vatsal.
Sir, previously it was mentioned that it is a fast-paced, like fast fashion market. So even if like Dern is coming up with new designs, so there's delay in manufacture, so it is becoming a bottleneck for them. So again, like to uh, just expand the point that we should explore other suppliers due to that reason also. Because if the new designs are not coming to the market, there will be a loss of revenue as compared to the competitors.
Would be expand कर सकते हैं. Good. Yes, Roshan.
So we are yet to know what actions are taken by Dion on X company for the issues in the quality and delays in delivery. So
Okay, can you repeat?
So we need to ensure that there are proper actions taken from our end on X company for the quality control issues and delay in dispatching goods for delivery.
Actions to be taken against X company possible only if permitted by the contract. Like you can ask your supplier, or you can levy some penalty on your supplier for delayed delivery only if it is mentioned in the contract. Otherwise, you won't be able to do it. Lokesh is a CA student, right? Lokesh?
Yes, sir.
Which is why liquidated damages. It comes from there. It's a good point. यहाँ पे मत लिखना, उतना टेक्निकल नहीं करना है, but it's a good point.
So these quality issues and delay delivery issues are coming up only in the past 2-3 years. So we are not.
What you are trying to say is we have outsourced them for 15 years, but issue is happening in recent times. Because I couldn't hear all of what you were trying to say.
Yeah, sorry, there was a network issue. Like these are happening in the last 2-3 years. So whether there is a clause involved in the contract for these issues or not is a concern, right?
Yeah, so we'll have to check what does the contract permit and what it doesn't, and when will the contract get renewed. अगर renew करना होगा तो you should definitely explore other suppliers. आपको ये भी check करना पड़ेगा in real life कि what are the conditions under which the contract can be terminated, and those details. ठीक है, चलो.
Yeah, so then that would give point to considering termination costs with contract termination costs with supplier. There could be high.
Check if it can be terminated. अभी इसके आगे हम जो भी एनालिसिस करेंगे वो स्पेक्यूलेटिव एनालिसिस होगा, सो डोंट डू एनी स्पेक्यूलेटिव एनालिसिस. ठीक है, वी हैव सी राइट नाउ वी आर जस्ट एक एक पैराग्राफ पढ़ के वी आर ट्राइंग टू मेक सेंस आउट ऑफ इट, देन वी विल कोरिलेट इट विद डिफरेंट सिलेबस एरियाज. ठीक है, पहले सिर्फ इतना ही देखो. Now I'll give you the board and organizational structure. We'll see how that fits in here.
So can you just explain the e-procurement? I'm not able to understand it.
Which one?
The first line you have written, e-procurement might solve for quality.
So what she was saying is that because there are issues being faced with this particular supplier in terms of quality, you could probably get quotations from other suppliers for the same material that you are getting from X company. Evaluate the quotations, check the quality, and then going ahead with another supplier might solve the quality issue that you are facing with the current one.
It will also solve the issue of delayed deliveries, because it will be delivered on time. It will be an automated system between supplier and purchaser.
Okay. So basically it is enabling real-time tracking, correct?
Yes.
So let me just put across the board structure for you. I'll give you a minute to minute, 2 minute दूंगा to go through the material and properly analyze it. By the way, my analysis is done already. And I'll give you the final updated PPT also. This is just to make sure that you are also using your head. ठीक है, चलो. Look at the board structure and look at the roles of each of the individual participants. I'll be back in a moment. Okay, chalo. Let's have a look at the board structure. There is the chief executive officer, and then there are four non-executive directors, and then there is the chairperson. Reporting to the CEO are chief finance officer, chief commercial officer, chief operations officer, chief product officer, chief information officer, and chief human resources officer. Executive chair, leadership of the board, good governance, specific strategic initiatives. CEO to pura business chalata hai, so he will implement. He is responsible for the overall execution, and they have given you the responsibilities of each of these individuals or each of these designations. Most of the directors have worked for Dern for 20 years, and relationships between them are positive. They take a risk averse approach to decision making. ये important है. Their approach is risk averse. Dern has a functional top-down hierarchical structure with clear chains of command and formal lines of communication, responsibility, and authority. Processes are well defined, and the focus within the company is ensuring the day-to-day operations are run effectively. It has a functional top-down hierarchical structure with clear chains of command and formal lines of communication, responsibility, and authority. So what does this part help me with? इससे क्या पता चल रहा है?
So पहले तो balance ही है executive non-executive का.
Okay,
So
why would you say that?
there are four non-executive directors and one. In the diagram, I'm saying.
Okay. Yes, Roshan.
Hence, that there is a two-tier board. The upper tier is there. Upper tier is there for the execution. Sorry, the lower tier is there for the execution of strategies and maintaining day-to-day operations, and the upper tier is for overseeing, supervising the entire organization. And the paragraph which we recently covered helps me to understand that the organization follows a more of a functional structure.
Okay.
And all the disadvantages of this functional structure would be applicable in this case, like inflexible, delayed communication, so on and so on.
Oh, okay. Yes, Meet.
So it says that it has a top-down approach, which means that the tone is set from the top, therefore, which will help in create a good culture in the organization.
Not sure of good culture, but yes, there will be no confusion because the tone is set at the top. Whatever they do, the others will have to follow. If they are law-abiding citizens, for example, or if they are, sticklers for perfection and sticklers for transparency, then everybody else also will give in to that. Okay. Okay. Yes, Vatsal.
Sir, since it's a top-down approach and there are many chains, like there's hierarchical structure. So if they want to come up with a new decision, like for example, if they want to launch a new design, it will take like much more time to get like to confirm the decision, or if they want to switch the supplier also. Basically, the decision taking will take much more time due to the chain of command.
Decision taking will take time because it's a longer chain of
Longer chain, yeah.
Fair enough. Adish.
सर मुझे एक कंफ्यूजन था मतलब कि दे हैव मेंशन्ड रिस्क मैनेजमेंट एंड चीफ फाइनेंशियल ऑफिसर, तो मतलब वो ड्यूटी होती है रिस्क मैनेजमेंट की फाइनेंशियल ऑफिसर की कि नहीं होती? वो कंफ्यूजन हो रहा था मुझे.
So financial risk, as in say for example, foreign exchange or foreign currency exposure or interest rate related exposure, handling this would be the responsibility of the chief financial officer. Maybe, but an operations related risk might not be his responsibility. So what risk is included in his job structure or job description? We'll have to understand that.
It's not mentioned clearly.
So that means there is some ambiguity. Reason enough for questioning.
It is also specified that there is top-down approach, which means there are less chances of budgetary slack
and the target setting might be indifferent, like over and above the manager's capacity and so on and so on. Like operational situations are not well known to the senior level management. There may be situations that the target may be over realistic.
Okay. And because these are people who are risk averse, they might miss out on potential opportunities.
यस सर, हम इनोवेशन की बात भी कर रहे थे ना पीछे, ये बड़ी सारी चीजें,
Innovation and growth opportunities will be missed out.
और शेयर होल्डर भी की स्टेक होल्डर है हमारे, तो उनकी वैल्यू भी मैक्सिमाइज नहीं होगी इससे.
Maximization of shareholder wealth will not happen. You will miss out on lucrative opportunities for growth. So multiple such issues can be highlighted with the board. What about these six sector specific or domain specific roles? Any challenge that you see with respect to them?
So I had one point, but I thought कि बहुत far fetched है. Like एक nomination committee का जब हमने बात किया था, they basically check whether certain positions are even required, and they decide कि क्या होना चाहिए, which is relevant or not. यहाँ पे possibly if a nominations committee would have been there, they would have reduced the number of roles over here or added some different roles. Like for example, now if we are saying कि maximum manufacturing is already outsourced, then possibly having a chief operations officer, commercial officer, या product officer, तो शायद integrate करके एक या दो में तक रख सकते थे.
As in, you are saying that we have too many people in the leadership role. Is that what you are saying?
Yes.
And you don't need so many people in a leadership role. Is that also one of the points you are trying to make? Okay.
We can link that to nominations committee not being there.
We could. No, but nominations committee appoints or nominates directors, right?
Yeah.
So
like, but अगर suppose कोई एक director बैठा है, and nomination committee feels कि कुछ value addition हो ही नहीं रहा इससे, are they not in the power to say कि it's not required or something?
See, nomination committee doesn't decide what should the organization structure be. Nomination committee primarily tells you कि अगर I have to appoint 20 people or 10 people to a board, then who all should be included, like किसको nominate करना चाहिए. That is all they do. ठीक है? Yes, go ahead.
So also there, from past 20 years, same directors here. So is there any continuous professional development which is there? Means इसका भी कुछ mention नहीं है.
Okay, fair enough.
वो इंडिपेंडेंस ऑब्जेक्टिविटी कॉम्प्रोमाइज हो सकती है.
Cool.
And sir, adding to Vatsal's point, this is a very dynamic environment and there are changes in trends a lot. So if it is a top-down approach, the decision making is taking very long and we wouldn't be able to take advantages of the opportunities or the changes in the environment.
ठीक है, fair enough. Then
सर हम ये मेंशन कर सकते हैं कि इन सब के बीच में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट हो सकता है, कि जैसे चीफ प्रोडक्ट ऑफिसर एक डिजाइन और प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट के लिए रिस्पॉन्सिबल है, तो वो डेवलपमेंट एंड ऑल वो अपने हिसाब से करेगा कि मैं ऐसा प्रोडक्ट बनना चाहिए, ऐसा प्रोडक्ट बनना चाहिए, बट जो आउटसोर्स पार्टनर के साथ बात कर रहा है वो कोई और है, उनसे डील कोई और कर रहा है, तो उनके बीच में कॉन्फ्लिक्ट अराइज हो सकते हैं. मतलब मैं पता नहीं, मेंशन कर सकते हैं.
okay. Anyone
So,
else? Huh?
yeah, I think it's not a good corporate governance because we have learned that at least 50% should be NEDs, where they don't have any majority, so they won't be able to make decisions.
Now the second line that you have, the second line of executives that you have, ये जो है, are they part of the management? Are they directors or are they functional heads? What are they?
Functional heads. They are not Directors.
directors, and they are functional heads. So can we say that the board is not properly balanced? वो point apply होगा यहाँ पे?
No, sir, actually, because only one ED is there. बाकी चार तो non-EDs ही है. So it is a well-balanced board actually.
So the way I look at it right now, so far it doesn't seem to me, like an organization that is imbalanced. Maybe later I do come across some information which might make me change my analysis, but अभी तो मुझे ऐसा कुछ नहीं दिख रहा है यहाँ पे to say that the organization is not properly represented in terms of non-executive directors.
There
Yes,
is diversity in board as well.
there is diversity. What makes you say that?
Okay, you have more number of non-executive directors, and each functional heads are responsible for their own function. So they would bring in their own experience and like specialities. This enables the board to make a better decision compared to a unitary board.
So a two-tier board helps, is what you are saying?
Yes, sir.
In short, yes, a two-tier board is helpful. What else? I see there could be some corporate governance issues. Could there be any corporate governance issues arising out of this one? What do you think? कुछ corporate governance वाला point आ सकता है in terms of who reports to whom and all of this. Because पहले इसमें तो we found out corporate governance issues. Now anything the matter here, you can highlight that. Chalo. Now let's make a list of all the points that you mentioned. I hope everyone remembers the points that they said. Yes, Madiha?
Sir, what about the fact, like you said, all functional heads are reporting to the CEO only?
Is that a problem?
Yeah, because what if there are some issues that are being said to the CEO and they're not getting, like, the non-executive directors are not aware of those issues?
That's a lapse in communication, right? What does that have to do with 6 people reporting to the CEO?
So what I mean to say is, like, the chief executive officer, like, there should be at least one more executive director on the board so that their duties are distributed equally, so that like different functional heads are reporting to different like executive directors, so that they bring that to the board.
But the point is that all of the job of the chief executive officer, he's supposed to execute certain processes and he's supposed to execute the working of the entire organization. Now that means everybody who is actually on the floor running the company has to report to the person who is responsible for running the company. So don't you think all of them are correct in reporting to the chief executive officer? It is his responsibility anyway at the end of the day to run/execute the company. So it's okay now if people report to him.
Yeah, that is correct, but the CEO is having a lot of responsibilities. Usually, if we see like in a board, there are more than one executive director, so that like the management is working, like internal management and also NEDs, because they're independent, right? So what I mean to say is,
Having more executive directors is another point, and then saying that they should report to different people is another point, because again then there will be an issue of coordination between the two, right?
okay.
That issue could also be there. Then what else? Let's start with the points that each one of you mentioned. I want you to hopefully remember what you had said. ठीक है? Chalo, Vatsal, tell me your points.
Sir, I spoke about the slower decision making due to the large chain of command and hierarchical structure. So they won't be able to meet up with the fast changing uh, design trends in the uh, economy, and also like general operational decisions will also take more time.
will not be able to move or will not be able to make key decisions quickly. ठीक है? Then what else was your point?
और एक ही था।
एक ही था, ठीक है, no problem. रोशन?
So the board is of two-tier structure, which brings in more stability. In the organization has a functional structure which has its own disadvantages. It lets it slower communication and flexibility.
Then
Functional structure
structure, it has its own advantages.
and disadvantages. The top-down style, there is less chances of budget is slack and unrealistic targets might be set by the top level management.
ठीक है, top down. Can you explain us what is a budgetary slack?
There is no chances of budget to slack. Bottom up there will be
Is budgetary slack then?
additionally, if the budget is made by the lower management, they might include an additional cushion to say safeguard them in case they fail to achieve their budgets. Let's say their production expenses is, but actual expenses would be 80,000 or 90,000. The budget would include an amount of 1 lakh. In case they fail, there won't be any strict actions against them.
Okay. Others? Chalo.
I have a doubt. So like I want the clarity, like how is it a two-tier board? Because normally two-tier board में ऐसा रहता है, like one board is made up only of NEDs and one is EDs completely. यहाँ तो like both are sitting together only, right? Because there are 4 NEDs and 1 ED. So it is apparently a single tier board या जो unitary board बोलते हैं वैसा ही है ना? I just want a clarity.
तो एक बार ओपन करो अपना स्टडी का भी या स्टडी टेक्स्ट. Open it once. See what is two-tier board. Just because you have 2 layers, does it make it a two-tier board? Go through the definition once. I'll be back in a moment. Two tier. What is two tier?
So like I went through it once again, and what I'm able to understand is there are two boards. The lower board is the operational board, which carries out the day-to-day activities,
Hmm.
and the upper board or the supervisory board is the board which takes the strategic level decisions, and it comprises of NEDs mainly.
So है यहाँ पे two tier. They are the ones who are who are on the floor running. They are called C-suite employees, right? CFO, CHRO, COO, CTO, CPO, all of them.
Okay.
And the decisions are mainly taken by the strategy is made by the NEDs wala level, and then the execution is done at this level. Fair
Uh,
enough?
yes.
Okay. What other points did we have? Chalo batao, quick. अच्छा, top down में we were going to talk about something, है ना? Any issue with the top down approach?
Unrealistic budgets.
Unrealistic budgets? Then
So the loss of employee morale because we might think that he's not being heard or listened to.
as they feel they are not heard. I think lack of board diversity is there board diversity or there is lack of diversity in the board?
That is not mentioned, right?
We don't know. Huh?
Okay, what is diversity in the board? Is it
So like
age?
Having direct-
हाँ बोलो.
people from different genders or race or something like that, or different
having
qualifications.
having directors from different background.
The board must consist of
Demography.
a group of people who are able to give in different perspectives, which might be because of their age, race, gender,
So can I say no
expertise.
comment on diversity?
Yes, sir.
Instead of saying whether it is diverse or not, let's just say there is no comment on diversity. अब कुछ आया आगे तो ठीक है. Otherwise, fine. We'll live with what we have. है ना? Anything else, Mr. Balakrishnan?
So ये था ना कि number of functional heads can be reduced or two functions can be integrated into one. Two function heads.
Okay, so
Overlapping
your
functions.
reduction of number of functional heads and integrating functions where possible. Possibility. We are not saying we will do it. हो सकता है. We'll have to evaluate that. Anything else? Somebody mentioned about risk management being allocated to CFO.
Yes, sir.
And so that could be a challenge. So risk management allocated to CFO. Is it his responsibility?
Sir, also marketing is into CPO. बल्कि उसका काम तो केवल प्रोडक्ट रिलेटेड ही होना चाहिए. Marketing is a different niche.
What all is included in risk? So right now we don't have a CMO, right? There is no chief marketing officer. Now, product officer, ideally, if you think from a tech company perspective, he is someone who is responsible for developing the technology behind the main product offering. Now here, I don't see anyone who's quite fitting into that role. So yeah, giving marketing function to this person again might not be the best decision that you have made. है ना? Marketing allocated to CPO.
Sir, but since they don't have a CMO, so the next closest क्या बोल सकते हैं perfect candidate would be the CPO only, right? Because he is manufacturing the product, तो उसका ही kind of responsibility हो जाएगा to market it and
Someone who's making the product, someone who is on the tech front. See, यहाँ पे chief product officer is someone who is, designing tech वाला बंदा है ना ये. Asking him to know things like performance marketing and all, won't that be a very different skill set for him as well?
so मतलब तो we are suggesting that they should hire some marketing team or CMO. Like if not he, then वैसा वाला.
I would believe the chief commercial officer who is into sales, he might be a better fit for that, right? If not the best fit, he could at least be a better fit.
Right. Yes.
है ना? Maybe allocate to chief commercial officer. Anything else?
So also the directors are working there for 20 years. तो उनका development हो रहा है CPD मतलब.
Okay. CPD of directors. Question is silent. ठीक है.
In
Sir,
case
what about re-election? Like they're working for 20 years. Why haven't the directors changed? Why haven't the officers changed? It gives a question about that.
Re-election. Now, in most countries, there could be an upper limit on the number of years a person gets to serve as a director. ठीक है.
इनके सर हम इंडिपेंडेंस एंड ऑब्जेक्टिविटी पे भी क्वेश्चन पुट कर सकते
Okay. Independence and objectivity. Fair enough. Okay. Let's talk about the company's products. There are multiple products that Dion company sells. Let's see what can we comment on those. Okay, chalo, have a look at this products wala part. Tell me when you want me to scroll.
sir.
Everyone, let everyone finish. I'll give you 1 more minute. If you want me to scroll, I will scroll. ठीक है, यहाँ से देखो नीचे तक. हो गया? Yes, Adish.
सर जस्ट अ डाउट, ये जो कंपनी है ये एक्सपोर्ट नहीं करती है ना कोई से भी प्रोडक्ट्स?
Yeah, no export.
और सर जो ऊपर जो 15% एक्सपोर्ट दिया था वो इस पूरी कंट्री का
वो इंडस्ट्री एनालिसिस था.
इंडस्ट्री, ठीक.
देख लिया?
Yes, sir.
चलो. एंड ये थोड़ा सा आई थिंक स्क्रीनशॉट बराबर नहीं आया. लेट मी गेट द स्क्रीनशॉट वंस अगेन प्रॉपर्ली. चलो, quickly go through the process, then we'll discuss it together. Research and design, create lasts and produce prototypes, laboratory tests, manufacturing process, quality check, transfer to. देख लो एक बार.
So the left side is for the formal shoes, right? I'm not sure if everything is given in black and white. I'm not able to differentiate with the color. They've given.
This is apparently darker and this is apparently lighter.
So one is for formal and second is for the outsourced shoes.
Production, correct. Because the formal shoes are handcrafted ones. Okay. Now, Dean sells four types of shoes: formal, semi-formal, and children's shoes have been manufactured for many years, and casual shoes have been manufactured for just 10 years. All are made in Totland by X company, with the exception of formal shoes, which are produced in Dion's own factory in Luckland. Details are in table 3 below. Dion produces 20 different styles of each type of shoe. These styles are reviewed on an annual basis and updated for any changes in fashion, such as color of height or heel, color of color or height of heel. Those which are performing poorly are no longer manufactured. When a style is removed, a new style replaces it. Dion is unusual in the industry as it is both handcrafting and mass production and offers all four types of shoes. ठीक है. Formal, Dion markets these shoes which have the MIL mark as handcrafted shoes, as skilled labor replaces some of the processes which are carried out by machines in a mass production manufacturing environment. They are made of leather and are the most expensive shoes sold by Dion. The target market is 30 to 50-year-olds. Parrish is the market leader for this type of shoe. It charges a higher price than Dion. So Parrish is the market leader and it charges a higher price than Dion. Semi-formal. These shoes are cheaper than Dion's formal shoes as the soles are made of rubber rather than leather. The target market is over 55-year-old. Dion is the market leader. Chalo, isme Dion is the market leader and has a market share just slightly above that of Better Buy, the other leading manufacturer of semi-formal shoes, just slightly more. Casual, the soles of these shoes are made up of rubber and the uppers of man-made material, and so they are cheaper than Dion's semi-formal shoes. The target market is the 18 to 30-year-old, a demographic Dion is struggling to engage with. Rigo is the market leader for this type of shoe and commands strong loyalty among the target demographic. Okay. So, who is the leader? Rigo is the market leader and it commands a strong brand loyalty. Now, children's shoes, these are mass produced leather shoes for children. Dion is the market leader for this age group and has an excellent reputation in its retail outlets for correctly measuring and fitting children's shoes. Dion's closest competitor is a small manufacturer called Tiptoe. We have established for each, not we, they have established for each category who is the market leader, what are the features, and where does each shoe type stand. Is there is there a table that we could create with this one?
BCG metrics बनाया हो दिया
है ना?
ठीक है,
And to see BCG matrix to chalo is one part of it, but apart from that, age group and all of that, do you think that's necessary? Which age group fulfills
market segmentation.
that?
Presentable हो जाएगा.
So what we'll have is we'll have all the information in front of us in one go. है ना? BCG matrix is the second stage in that analysis. Let's talk about the four category: formal, semi-formal, casual, and children. Formal, semi-formal, casual, and children. You know what, let it be. I'll just make it here as a separate thing. Formal, semi-formal, casual, and children. So अभी यहाँ पे टारगेट एज ग्रुप डालते हैं, we'll put that. Now it's not necessary कि यार इसमें से कुछ एग्जाम में actually use हो, but at least now instead of reading so many lines with no spacing in between, we'll get all of that information in one place. Formal का है 30 to 50. This is over 55 years old. 30 to 50, greater than 55 years. Then casual का है 18 to 30.
230.
18 to 30. And this is below 80. Then made of leather and are the most expensive shoes sold by Dion. Special features, made of leather, most expensive product of Dion.
So also it has the MIL mark.
Okay. Has MIL mark. Then who is the market leader? Parish.
Parish.
ठीक है. Then second category is semi-formal. Who is the, what are the special?
Should we include Dion's
No.
position as well in this?
No special features.
I beg your pardon?
Should we include Dion's position in this as well? Like as this is second to Paris and in some places it is first or second. For constructing a BCG matrix, we need to know the relative market position, market share. So position of Dion will also be included, right?
Okay. Then anything else?
That's it.
Second इसमें special feature क्या है? Semi-formal में, as in points that we need to note.
So it's made of rubber and leather both.
These shoes are cheaper than formal shoes as the soles are made of rubber rather than leather. Cheaper than formal or made of rubber rather than leather.
It is made of both mixture of rubber and leather, not entirely of rubber. Only the soles are made up of rubber.
As the soles are made of rubber rather than leather. ठीक है. Who is the market leader? Dion is the market leader.
Dion is the market.
Followed closely by
Better Buy.
Better Buy.
ठीक है. Then anything else that you need to know?
I think so.
Then casual category. What can we say about the casual category? Any
So
special
completely
points here?
made of rubber. So they are even cheaper than the semi-formal shoes.
Completely made of rubber.
Rubber and man-made materials. The soles is made up of rubber and the upper part is made up of man-made materials. That is plastic.
Rubber plus man-made material. Cheaper than semi-formal. Then
Rigo is the market leader.
Rigo is the market leader. And
Leon is struggling.
Dion struggling to connect with this category.
Can you mention the reason for this struggle as well? Because like Indian, the products are reviewed only on the annual basis.
Yeah.
Because the Rigo, what is Rigo's update? Like, this cash flow section is mainly for the 18 to 30 category, who tend to be up to date and they are frequently changing their shoes. It was given in the industry information.
Mm-hmm.
So because of this, this is one of the main reasons where Leon is failing. Delayed up, delayed innovation or delayed child upgradation.
Okay. 18 to 30 category changes shoes frequently, and for to cater to this market, you need to be quick in terms of turnaround time and take the products to the market quicker than others. Now, did we say something about company being slow in terms of adapting to change? ऐसा कुछ हमने लिखा था?
So this point, ये 18 to 30 वाला is a general knowledge assumption, no? कि they are the ones who will constantly want new shoes.
Basic that much. And
Okay.
यहाँ पे they have written that the company is struggling to connect with this age group. That means there must be something, some trait in them that you find difficult to tackle.
So just one question.
हम्म,
ये पूरा details जो है ये company information में. So company ने decide किया है कि for these particular shoes we are targeting this markets. Can't we comment कि कैसे तुमने ये target audience decide किया? What if 18 to 30 को actually formal चाहिए? और say what if कोई 30 to 50 को casual चाहिए?
See, just because you mentioned that 30 to 50 is the target audience doesn't mean that the others don't want it. Point one. Point two, ये बहुत ज्यादा fundamental data को you are questioning. You can do that in real life, but यहाँ पे you will end up wasting more time than you have. आपका थॉट प्रोसेस गलत नहीं है, बट द पॉइंट इज कि ये लेवल का एनालिसिस हम शायद एट दिस पॉइंट वी कांट अफोर्ड बिकॉज ऑफ द लिमिटेड टाइम दैट वी हैव. अब they must have come up with this number only after looking at the past trends. है ना? Yes, Madhya.
Sir, under formal shoes, we can see that Parrish is the leader over here, right, in the market. So why a possible reason is because the price is low compared to Parrish. So maybe Darren could go ahead and lead if the prices would be higher.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else?
But there might be a reason. इतना time से they might be the market leader कि now customers are willing to pay that premium price. And currently अगर डीन का position है ही नहीं and हमने ऐसे ही price बढ़ा दिया तो और गिर सकते हैं.
लिख सकते हैं. No problem there.
Sir, for like in the paper, like Sridhar said, right, this point, we can, in one point, we can give both arguments, right? That this is also good, like they could go up, but it could also have like a negative impact on them if they try to approach this strategy by increasing the prices.
Yeah, you will have to also talk about the elasticity of demand here.
Yeah.
है ना? ठीक है. चलो. Abhi, last one. Children's shoes. They are for children. Mass-produced leather shoes. Again, Dion is the market leader for this age group and has an excellent reputation in its retail outlets for correctly measuring and fitting children's shoes. Dion's closest competitor is a small manufacturer called Tiptoe. Dion closest competitor is small manufacturer Tiptoe. Then
Features are mass produced leather shoes. Not Handcrafted.
Then what are the point?
Excellent reputation in retail outlets.
It is kind of providing a customized service because like the children can go to the retail stores and exact size will be made according to their feet.
Okay. Where's meat? है. तब से कुछ बोला नहीं ना? मीत क्या हो गया? सो गया क्या?
नहीं सर सुन रहा हूँ.
सुन रहा है, फिर बोल क्यों नहीं रहा है? थक गया होगा.
देख रहा हूँ.
6 घंटे हो गए ना अभी. थक गए रहेंगे सब लोग, है ना? यस आदिश.
सर ऑल्सो इट इज मेंशन कि वो एनुअल रिव्यू करते हैं, तो
Okay.
वो भी मतलब ऑन टॉप इट इज मेंशन दैट दे डू एनुअल रिव्यू, और ये डायनामिक इंडस्ट्री में एनुअल रिव्यू तो गलत ही है, फास्ट पेस इंडस्ट्री.
Annual review can be concerning in this type of industry. Right? अब इससे is it possible for me to construct my BCG?
Yes, sir.
So sorry, like what is this annual review point?
Given above the table. हाँ.
These styles are reviewed on an annual basis and updated for any changes. So the point is that fashion तो जरूरी नहीं है ना कि annual basis पे change होगा. Fashion तो I mean these things change rather quickly.
Yes, I got it.
Let's add some color to our otherwise dull life.
सर ये जो कैजुअल के साथ स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं, हम उसको रिस्क एवर्स नेचर से लिंक कर सकते हैं इनके?
Can link. Let's write that down. Can link struggle with casual shoes to risk averse. Can. Not necessarily must, but can. अब बताना तो who falls under which category?
So formal is problem
It
child.
should be a market growth criteria, right? For plotting the BCG metrics. We are not sure how fast each
Yes, sir.
segment is growing. We just know the market share in each segment, and
Okay. So how do we solve for that problem then? Is it possible to create a BCG matrix just on the basis of this, और अभी के लिए इसको इतना करके छोड़ दे? What do you
Just leave it for now and then get back when we get any other information.
Let's see if we have other information which supports, more information here so that it can help us with an even better BCG.
I would like to add one more point in this. Like
Yes.
here they have mentioned that they are making 20 styles for each, 20 different styles for each type of shoe. Does that indicate whether Dion is willing to follow a differentiation strategy?
Can you repeat?
So Dion is making 20 different styles for each type of shoe. For formal, there are like style A, style B, style C. They're going on for 20. So does this mean differentiation?
This means differentiation, but I have that is a correct point. But I have a concern. Don't you think they have too many styles? Under
That is also there.
है ना? So यहाँ पे what they are saying is that Dion produces 20 different styles of each type of shoe. So 4 into 20, they are making 80 different styles. That's a lot, right?
Yeah, and we are not able to charge a premium for this as well. So we could differentiation strategy.
And
This
because of the
component.
annual review, what is happening is that whether a particular style is working or not, you will get to know after a year. So there is a possibility that you will end up accumulating stock, which is not getting sold. But because review ही नहीं हुआ, you kept on making more and more units. Is that a
Absolute
possibility?
inventory. Yeah, absolute inventory.
Dead inventory build हो जाएगा आपका, which you will have to discard at a later date. Okay. Yes, Mr. Balakrishnan, tell me.
Technically, we didn't do BCG right now because that point was made कि high growth या low growth market का idea नहीं है. But once, possibly based on future information, if we ever do it, then we should comment कि it should be distributed separately. Like for example, अगर children वाला cash cow है हमारा, तो उसके लिए bare minimum ही जरूरत है. 20 उस पे भी बनाने का जरूरत नहीं शायद. And कुछ अगर हमारा star वाला है तो उसमें ज्यादा styles करना चाहिए.
Okay. Review is annual, so we will not realize whether a particular style is doing well or not till the next review. We will not make the decision to suspend production, and we will end up building a high or we'll end up building dead stock in inventory. ये भी हो सकता है. ठीक है? Yes, Lokesh, tell me.
Sir, when we say connecting the struggle with casual shoes, can we also say that we are less experienced in that segment because we have just started 10 years ago?
Okay. ठीक है.
10 years is a long period of time, right? We can't just name inexperience for this one because 10 years is a good period of time.
I beg your pardon?
We are saying that like in casual segment we are like experienced, but we have been operating in this segment for the past 10 years. So
but as compared to others, where we have been in the business for longer, in comparison to that, this is less experienced. Huh? So maybe that is one, although I agree that 10 years is enough time to learn anything, but still as compared to legacy business, this is still less. Correct?
Sir, to add to your point, if we reduce the number of styles, it will also help in reduction of waste and it will bring down costs, which we can bring back in the business.
Okay, fair point. reducing number of styles will lead to reduction of, I will call it wasteful expenditure. Expenditure on something, that you are not really able to sell. Now, the manufacturing and sales process. Acha guys, what I have observed so far, अपना analysis खत्म होते होते ही 5 बज जाएगा. There's still time, and we haven't, एक पेज और बाकी है क्योंकि information systems and use of technology, and we haven't started linking this with the syllabus. So second part of pre-scene अपने को कल करना पड़ेगा, है ना? ठीक है? Have a look at this.
Same timing.
I beg your pardon?
Timing. What will be the timing?
Let me just have a look at my calendar and I'll confirm, because tomorrow also there are multiple things in the day. I'll confirm the time. आप manufacturing and sales process देखो. I'll be back in a moment. ठीक है? 15 years ago, Dion closed all of its manufacturing facilities in Luckland except for one factory in Lane. It continues to manufacture its formal shoes in this factory and carries out its research and development in Luckland too. Most of Dion's output is sold through its 75 retail outlets, which are in towns and cities throughout Luckland. Dion has an excellent reputation for high level of customer service within these retail outlets, and this is one of the main reasons for the organization's success. The company has no retail outlets outside Luckland and does not export. Okay. All of Dion's products are also available via its online offering, which is available to customers in Luckland only. Customers must collect any products purchased online from their local Dion's retail outlet, as Dion does not offer a home delivery service, which is unusual in Luckland. This has restricted online sales volume. Currently, only 12% of Dion's total sales are online sales. ये फिर process बाद में देखते हैं. Tell me, anything that you would want to pick up from this part, manufacturing and sales process?
So they have
Customer services.
I beg your pardon?
Customer satisfaction is high. It is more of a brand value to them.
Customer satisfaction, excellent reputation for high level of customer satisfaction within these retail outlets.
And then there is no export. Yes.
Yeah, also that there's no home delivery, which
delivery.
would definitely boost sales for Dion.
Okay, no online sales. Write down here. No, or rather, online sales are only 12%. Need to boost online sales infra. Correct?
can we just interpret this in a different manner? So other companies are providing home delivery services, but only the industry average is somewhere around 15%. Without even providing home delivery services, Yearn is having 12% as its online sales. So it might
It's
lead to
not,
an increase,
it's
significant
25%,
improvement.
right?
Might help to expand its presence and achieve more online sales. ठीक है?
Than the industry average.
Yeah, naturally. Then
They should export retail outlets outside Luckland.
okay, पहले online sales का part tackle कर लेते हैं. Then let's go to retail.
There is no export sales.
And right now, no exports. Why? Need to boost. ठीक है?
Even if it gets into export, it could avoid the distribution model, like selling to a distributor in foreign countries.
Okay. So basically, we are trying to say that there is no retail outlet outside Luckland. Yes, Meet.
So we should focus more on e-marketing in order to increase our online sales.
Focus more on e-marketing. Okay. ठीक है. Then what?
So we can also bring the point of fixed costs over here because they have 75 retail outlets.
Guys, just one moment. Just one moment. Yes, tell me. Yes, Madiha, you were saying something?
Sir, increased costs because fixed costs, there are 75 retail outlets. So instead of that, what if we integrate more of online marketing? Like, so we can culminate points.
But you know, the retail outlets are doing well. Huh? That is where the company has built its reputation, and that is where most of the sales are happening. So it's not as if these retail outlets are not doing the job and we need to reallocate the funds, that were allocated there. वो issue नहीं है. So killing a properly healthy function just to try out your hand at another function will be very, very counterproductive, in my opinion. So we shouldn't touch that. More R&D to tap newer segments and grab market share. That's again, going beyond the confines of information. What should be done is a different problem. Our focus right now is what is, not what should be. Your point is valid, but right now let's not get into that zone. Okay? Now, Dion's manufacturing and sales process. Manufacturing process for formal shoes in Luckland. Some stages are carried out by skilled labor, handcrafting, quality check, transfer to Luckland warehouse. Manufacturing process is run on machines outside, shipped to Luckland warehouse, and then do a quality check. After that, Pick items for retail orders and customer online orders and pack them for dispatch to retail outlets, distribute to retail outlets, वहाँ पे sale to retail customer, or enable collection of online orders. There is no home delivery. You are booking the order online, but you are going to a store and picking up the order. Maybe this is one reason why. See, it's not truly online sale. Na? True online sale is when the material gets delivered to your place. Here, you don't see that happening at all. Yes, Roshan.
This quality control for like outsourcing should be done in the Scotland itself. When we can save the transportation cost and other retracking costs.
So you are saying that check should be done in Totland, and instead
Yeah.
of bringing the material to your retail outlet, directly ship to the customer.
No, no. We have to conduct quality check before shipping the goods to our warehouse, like that is in Auckland's warehouse, so that we can ensure that only goods are transferred and we can avoid transportation cost incurred for the bad quality products.
Quality check should happen. And right now, when is the quality check happening? Quality check is happening before transfer to Luckland warehouse. You are saying it should be done when?
I'm saying for the outsourced material, like
Hmm.
the right hand side. So quality check should be done before shipping to the accounts warehouse.
Before
And,
shipping.
and as you said just before, like we can also suggest that the shipment can directly be done to the retail house, retail showrooms.
That might be again, while I said it, I did not press upon the fact that in case of this business, their main reputation is because of the service that they are providing in the retail outlets. If you directly ship to the customer, that's like entering into a completely different territory, right?
Not to the customers, but to the retail stores directly.
Not bringing it to your location is what.
Warehouse and then sending it to the retail store. I can just directly send it to the retail store. We can just plot the shipments based on the demand and things.
This reminds me of a question in APM. Something relating to dispatch and tagging and truck drivers. ऐसा question APM में था,
Yeah,
है ना?
yes, yeah. The GPS things.
GPS tracking and performance measurement related issue,
Yeah.
and directly shipping was happening. Yeah.
That lens, like that
RFID.
practical question.
Uh-huh. Sometimes I'm like, really, which class am I in? Which subject am I doing? Ship to warehouse and then take it to retail outlets. Or you could also do, instead of first shipping to warehouse and then shipping to retail outlets, you could directly ship to retail outlets if proper QC is happening at each stage. You will have to then probably increase more accountability on the quality check, so to say. Okay? That's quite a lot of information. When I thought this was a manufacturing industry, I was like, kitna hi hoga? But again, it's been 6 hours. And when did we take the last break? We reassembled at
Came at
2:15. Huh?
2:15.
1:45 to 2:15.
This is the longest I have gone without a break. I usually break at 90 minutes. ठीक है. Let me just put a message for the 6 p.m. class that we are pushing it to 6:30. Wait. Please join at 6:30 p.m. What time is the class ending? I want it to end by 5, before 5:30 at least, but I think we are done with quite a bit ना.
हाँ अभी कर देते हैं.
हाँ, एक सेकंड, अब निकुंज भी एकदम शांत हो गया है.
बहुत पढ़ लिया सर आज.
एक मिनट. टुमारो आई हैव, आप लोगों के साथ डिड आई फिक्स अप एनी टाइम विथ यू गाइस टुमारो?
तो आपने बोला था कि वेडनेसडे वाला क्लास शिफ्ट करेंगे फ्राइडे सुबह.
I had
8:30
kept
to
6:15. हाँ, I had kept it 6:15 to 8 in the evening instead of the morning. तो वो 6:15 to 8 में we'll finish the remaining part, you know, where we are linking it with the syllabus areas. ठीक है?
Sir, can you
Tomorrow
please
evening we are
just
having a session with
send
Satyamedh
that
Sir.
on the group?
Can we do what?
Can you please send the syllabus linkage one on the group?
Of course, I will send it on the group.
हाँ बस.
And guys, don't join two groups ना. People who are in the regular batch, why are you joining the pre-scene one? कितने group में आना है आपको? उसमें कुछ अलग थोड़ी करता हूँ ना, सेम ही पर्सन दिखता हूँ.
And sir, another question, where should we do the theory from?
What theory? पूरा paper is theory. What other theory do you want to do?
नहीं मतलब स्टडी हब से ऐसा पूछ रहा हूँ.
स्टडी हब से फोकस ऑन रिस्क, फोकस ऑन लीडरशिप, फोकस ऑन स्टेक होल्डर्स. अभी वो कल करेंगे ना. वील आइडेंटिफाई द सिलेबस एरियाज, वील लिंक इट देयर, so that pretty presentation which I made, we'll use it tomorrow. I was so dying to use it today, but that's not to be.
Okay.
कल मैं कितना जागा हूं पता है, to make that, and now I haven't been able to use it today.
Diet Coke.
Did you see me having Diet Coke even once?
नहीं नोएडा में तो नहीं देखा.
I don't. I have changed my ways. I have changed my lifestyle. Not completely, but quite a bit.
For the
So what was the substitute?
Green tea.
वो तो आपने बोला ना अभी गर्मी में नहीं पी रहे हो.
वो तो आप ऊपर बोलने के लिए बोल रहे हो ना, हमें बस ऐਵੇਂ ही.
मैं
असल में
क्लास में, तुम लोगों ने देखा है क्लास में, like that sad glass of green tea which I drink from.
मैंने नहीं देखा.
तू भूल
तो
जा.
वो ग्रीन नहीं ब्लैक दिखती है.
हाँ वो ब्लैक है, बट ग्रीन, वो ग्रीन भी ग्रीन नहीं दिखता है.
मैंने तो ब्राउन देखी.
हाँ लेकिन मैं मतलब I'm not putting chemicals in my body like I used to, na. At least not the same ones.
Good, sir.
Who knows what is contained in any of the green teas, yeah. Sometimes I feel, yeah, by trusting people I'm consuming this, but अंदर क्या है किसको पता.
You pushed all of the toxins.
Normal chai पी लो sir.
Nikunj, this is a cup of coffee. This is not Diet Coke.
I don't trust you.
Come and check the contents of this cup.
नोएडा हूँ मैं, इतनी देर मेट्रो लेके.
हाँ आजा, इधर ही पढ़ ले, सामने सामने फेस टू फेस क्लास कर ले. क्या प्रॉब्लम?
मैंने भी पढ़ा है.
देख मेरे सामने बैठेगा, मैं दिन भर पढ़ाई कराऊंगा तेरे से.
इतनी तो सर हिम्मत ही खत्म हो गई है पढ़ने की. बिल्कुल. दिन के 5-6 घंटे से ऊपर पढ़ा ही नहीं जाता.
5-6 घंटा इज इनफ. मेरे से तो 5-6 मिनट ना पढ़ा जाए अभी. आई डोंट नो हाउ आई बिकेम अ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट.
तो बहुत हिम्मत करी है पता है आपने. मेरे से कोई भी बोले ना कि मेरे को सीए करनी है सर, ऐसे पूछने आते हैं, मैं मना कर देता हूँ.
हाँ मना तो अभी मतलब
भाई जिंदगी जियो.
I like this, you know, about most ACCA students. I'm not saying all, but the you're able to थोड़ा सा balance it out at least to a
थोड़ा
certain.
सर बहुत, हमारा तो बहुत फ्लेक्सिबल है, बहुत ही अच्छा है.
But again ना, it depends on the person. If you are efficient, you are able to manage.
सीए जितना एफिशिएंट हो ही नहीं सकता कभी भी, होना ही नहीं.
I now don't have to study anything in my life.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है सर. अभी मैं 20s जी हूँ, मैं पढ़ने बैठूँ मैं इतना ज्यादा.
Like I don't want to. I'll do CPA. Because I have paid already. So I will. And everyone will get invited tomorrow. Don't worry. Everybody will be invited. It's not my wedding.
प्रोग्राम है कोई.
एक बार आप यही बता दो आपने क्या क्या कोर्सेज किए, हमको मालूम पड़ जाएगा आपका 20s कैसा गया.
लिखा तो है वेबसाइट पे.
What
करने लिखा है.
We are not going down any website or any name right now. It gets very controversial very quickly. Yes, Madiha, tell me.
Sir, can you please give us just a 10 minutes breather?
वो छुट्टी कर रहे हैं वो।
नहीं नहीं, चलो 10 मिनट ले लो।
क्या आप सही में ऑफ नहीं दे रहे? अब हो गया
अरे बाकी है ना,
क्या?
कौन क्या प्री सीन बाकी है ना, तुम 50 पॉइंट इतने निकाले
कल
हैं।
करोगे ना, कल करोगे ना बाकी तो।
अच्छा एक बात बताओ, ऑनेस्टली टेल मी, वी हैव टाइम 6:15, सॉरी 6 to 8 टुमारो, उसमें मेरे हिसाब से हो जाएगा, बिकॉज नाउ बाकी एवरीथिंग एल्स इज रेडी। सो इफ यू फील ओवरवेल्म्ड राइट नाउ,
यस सर, वेरी ओवरवेल्ड।
निकुंज, वेट, मिस्टर शाह
Sir, like we can complete
मना करेगा।
the PDF.
हाँ, मिस्टर बालकृष्णन, टायर्ड?
दोनों चलता है, अभी भी करना है तो भी चलेगा, कल भी चलेगा।
ऐसे वाले आंसर मत दे।
सच में हुई।
You know what in place when you receive a text from someone, okay, like a long text you receive from someone, then you show it to 10 friends of yours, then they give you an opinion. That is pre-seen information. But when you go and have an actual conversation, you have to decide on the basis of what is happening there. SBL exam is exactly like that, right, Meet? He'll act as if he hasn't understood anything. चलो 10 मिनट का ब्रेक ले लो, इतना आज खत्म कर लेते हैं, ठीक है? आ जाओ 10 मिनट में।
आपके पास सर नोट्स पड़े हैं SBL?
Has will end by 6, right? So, no, I just have to go somewhere.
Oh, no. Before 6, don't worry. I have to start FM at 6:30 p.m. I have to sleep 15 minutes before that. ठीक है?
सर
Come back.
नोट्स आपके पास, नोट्स हैं आपके पास, जो जो आपने इम्पोर्टेंट बोले थे उनके एक्सेल वाले नोट्स?
मैं भेजता हूँ
प्लीज।
हाँ। चलो, wherever you guys have joined, वहां पे प्री सीन हो गया रेगुलर बैच में, आप जहां जहां पे ज्वाइन किए हो?
सर वीकेंड को है, सैटरडे संडे।
ओके,
सर मैं तो सेल्फ स्टडी।
सेल्फ स्टडी, ओके।
सर यू taught me my first subject and अब last पढ़ा रहा हूँ।
Oh, okay. This is the last one.
Yes, yes.
Your name is still Devarsh BT in my phone, by the way. This meet का नाम is Meet July FA. वैसे ही है अभी। Okay, चलो, last part. Head office has off-the-shelf finance and human resource systems which have been in place for a number of years. What is off-the-shelf finance and human resources system? It is not customized.
Tally जैसा।
हाँ, tally जैसा. One size fits all, not specifically made for you. ठीक है. Off the shelf means this is not customized for your business. ठीक है. Then it has been in place for a number of years. I guess that means if somebody has to change, then it will take a very long time because there will be resistance to change. है ना? Now, the HR system is fit for purpose of current ops, but the board is aware that investment will be needed soon in a new finance system. A new inventory system was recently introduced, but it does not provide the transparency Dion needs over its supply chain. It shows visibility of inventory in retail outlets, but is only updated on a weekly basis for the rest of the supply chain. So, I think a major issue is lack of system integration, right? This is a major issue that I can spot. Dion has made significant investments in advanced manufacturing technology in its Luckland factory for those parts of the production process not carried out by skilled labor. It has also invested in automated picking process in its warehouse, which selects inventory for its retail outlets. A manual picking process is used for online orders. There is an e-commerce platform which has relatively limited functionality. This has impacted Dion's ability to engage effectively with digital marketing. There is also an intranet which provides information and resources for staff and an area for staff comments. ठीक है. What can you pick up from here?
E-marketing should be there.
Okay. What else?
Proper
Maybe
firewalls.
integration of e-commerce to make it an e-business.
Integration of e-commerce. Okay.
Training to employees for this new information system, which is.
Can we just make a question why the automated picking process in the warehouse select for only retail outlets and on manual picking process is used for online?
Okay. In some cases, you have right now the system does not provide transparency, and there is an automated picking process in the warehouse which selects inventory for its retail outlet, but manual picking process is used for online orders. So manual picking for retail stores versus automatic picking for retail stores versus manual picking for online orders.
So like, what do they mean like by picking? Basically, if the audience plays the manually, it will be delivered or something like that.
No, picking inventory in the warehouse means choosing inventory.
Okay.
Now, 100 boxes are there. Which ones will you choose? Ideally, तो इसका they should be arranged also in a way so that the मतलब FIFO LIFO जो not LIFO but आपका जो method है, whatever you have decided, so as to keep in mind कि यार outdated stock है तो क्या करना पड़ेगा, fresh stock है तो how should you deal with it, all of those aspects basically. There is an e-commerce platform which has relatively limited functionality. Non-usage of e-commerce capability. Yes, Anushka.
So can you say it is written that the visibility of inventory in retail outlets is updated daily, but on supply chain it is done on weekly basis. So it should also be done on daily basis to know how much inventory is there.
So can we add no real time tracking and updation of inventory? So basically you are missing out on a lot because you haven't really grown from a technology perspective. And you are losing out on quite a bit here. Then you are not using any do you see any information about the 3D printing and all the other AI wala innovations and capability? वो कहीं दिख रहा है आपको?
Risk averse है ना?
Industry has adapted to it, but there is no information for Dion in particular.
Nothing has been mentioned at all.
Yes, sir. For Dion, nothing has been mentioned.
Yeah, for Dion, nothing has been mentioned.
Significant manufacturing technologies. और सर इंटरनेट से भी सेफ्टी कंसर्न्स फायरवॉल्स हैं या नहीं हैं, कैसी इंफॉर्मेशन रखी है, स्टाफ कमेंट्स, तुम्हारी कमेटी दी नहीं है, तुम रिव्यू क्या करो?
Fair enough.
Internet is the one which they connect using cables, right?
I beg your pardon?
Like, I'm asking what is intranet? Like, they used to connect with the cables.
Yeah.
It's Ethernet cable.
Yeah, within the organization, so the data doesn't go out from there.
So it is more of a secured form.
It is secure, but see, it is secure in the sense that you are not dealing with the outside world by means of exchange of data, but the organization will have an internet connection. Intranet is like, it's like a LAN-based system where you have a central server and all data is exchanged on that server. Yes, Anushka, you were saying something?
Sir, this can be a risk because when staff are like they are not happy, they are dissatisfied, and it is very important for customers to know that staff are dealing with this. So this can be they are concealing the things.
No, the customers, how does that matter? No? If I am dissatisfied with my employer, even if the world gets to know, how does it help? They are not going to stop buying products and services from that supplier. They will continue to do that. Even if you know that there are, for example, even human right violations that an employer is doing, people get to know how does it make a difference. And I'm not saying, like they are kidnapping and stuff, but, just EY has a toxic work culture. The customers got to know EY's customers are all these big organizations. Did anyone fire EY as an auditor? No, no one did.
Yes, right.
There was in some other industry they had an effect. I think so in chocolate-based industries, like they were exploiting the African people so much. Like there was around, like people were started posting against it or like they expressed their view against this. And I think I'm not sure about it. I think so they have even tried to boycott those things.
A social media boycott or a social media reaction doesn't really amount to anything. We all know that. It's there. people will still continue. It's got nothing to do with right or wrong, honestly, at this point, because public memory is so short. I think everyone has forgotten what happened 2 weeks ago. We are already on to the next crisis, and then to the next one, and then to the next one. So those points are highly, personal that way. They will not form a part of your answer, is what I'm saying.
So, but anyways, नीचे customer satisfaction और staff satisfaction दिया हुआ है financial information.
देखेंगे, that's a separate point. But here, यहाँ पे, discussing that doesn't really make sense. यहाँ पे we can limit it to this much. ठीक है. The following risks are currently on Dion's risk register: supply chain disruption, a potential economic downturn in Luckland, Dion's limited online offering, product recalls, product quality issues, the environmental impact of the shoe industry, and the customer's reaction to it. So all of these points I have already included in the risk register. We will be going through the risk register tomorrow. इसमें सारा कुछ detail तो है. I have also made a heat map and all. वो मैं इसमें कल add करूँगा when we relate it with the individual syllabus areas. ठीक है. But these are the risks, so you should have an answer to these risks or response to these risks. In the sense, what are you supposed to accept, what are you supposed to remedy, and how will you remedy these risks, what kind of a control you will put in place, or what kind of a solution will you have. So all of that. Then Dion's website extracts mission, vision, values to become the first choice for shoes for the whole family. My God, that's too much. To provide our customers with well-made, reasonably priced shoes and an enjoyable customer experience. Honestly, if your mission statement is so long, I don't know who will read it. It is comprehensive, but the longer something is, the lesser probability of that getting read, and an even lesser probability of people absorbing it in the right way. Okay. So, and at Dion, we are guided by respect for our history, a focus on quality of product and service, long-term commitment to our staff. ये सब ठीक है. This is फिर भी, ठीक ठाक framed. It's not such a big deal. And the last part is your financials. Chalo, and if Roshan is saying that it's too much, then it is really too much.
I didn't say it's too much, sir. I have to go somewhere else. That's why I can stay till late. I just want to know if I want to cancel or.
No, don't cancel. Please don't cancel.
सर बाकी बोल रहे हैं it's too much.
क्या करें, एक ही तो एग्जाम है यार, एक ही तो एक्टिविटी है. Market share 9.9, 10.1, 10.2, 9.9, 9.4. The share has declined recently. Revenue is, see, you can calculate the year-on-year growth in revenue. Do that calculation. Huh?
Revenue is pretty much stagnant.
Revenue has remained stagnant. In fact, slight dip in the revenue in 2004.
Yeah, we have to compare it with the growth, industry average growth rate, right?
Correct. Customer satisfaction score, that has also declined. Staff satisfaction 7.2, 8.1, 8.0, 8.2, 8.3, 8.2.
It has been low, but they have taken measures to increase it and yield the results. But once again, it is proper.
So 2000, after 2002, like it is going down. Everything is going down except the staff satisfaction.
Down. And what Rahul pointed out, problem with X company has also been happening since the last 2-3 years only, na?
Yes, sir.
Some correlation between them. Customers are losing faith in the company. No, I wouldn't go to that extent, but if the customer satisfaction is going down from 8.7 to 7.0, then it's a significant drop in customer satisfaction levels, right? And it's been a steady drop. हर साल कम हुआ है. It's not as if, it's going up and down. It's been steadily coming down, which means they probably haven't done anything in order to improve the response from customers. उसमें कुछ भी नहीं किया, and ideally they should have done something there. So that also looks like a failure to me. What else do you see here?
So the satisfaction when we compare to the industry, it is increasing 7.2 and 8.2.
Mm-hmm. Okay. But see, while benchmarking is good and it makes sense, but the fact remains that we cannot take solace in the fact that we have been better than everyone else when in fact we have been worse than what we already were in the past, right? So that also looks like a challenge. Revenue, market share is declining, revenue has remained steady more or less. So I do see certain problems here. Okay. Not a lot to be taken, but yeah, of course, what you can do is you can calculate the year-on-year percentage change in revenue. ठीक है, वो एक calculate करो, बाकी तो everything is pretty much straightforward. Now इसका linking with syllabus topic areas we'll do tomorrow. ठीक है, tomorrow we'll meet at 6. मैं 6 बोलूंगा, फिर कल शाम को मैं 6:15 करूंगा टाइम, अभी बता रहा हूं मैं. We'll meet at 6:15 because tomorrow there's SBR, there's AA marathon or something, then there's FM, then there's SBL, TM, don't worry. And then after that, there's AFM. In case you want to come for any of these, come.
You can add 2 more subjects. There's some time left for it.
I think if I wind up AFM for SBR marathon के लिए time नहीं है नमन. Time होता तो मैं कर देता. I'm already running a crash course. EPM for you, I will take time. Adish. What is better than before, Rahul? My temper? That, okay, by the way, I'm turning off the recording. Huh? Discussion is done.